Hello there. How are we doing today, chat? Oh, it's gonna be an exciting time, I can tell you. As you can see, Sense Fortress is open, which means we're gonna go the exact opposite way. Today will be a stream dedicated to handling other stuff before I want to go up all the way to Anor Londo and be stuck there for a while. Granted, we could always walk all the way back, but who wants to do that? That's a long journey. Now, before the stream, I did prepare myself a little. I upgraded my armor a bit. Also upgraded my shield. So that way we can all be set. Thanks, Andre. I'm so glad you have an infinite supply of Titanite shards just hanging around. All that stuff just there for you to sell to me. But yeah, Giant opened the way. Sen's old castle will be maybe this stream, maybe next. We'll see. Depends on how long it takes me to do this other stuff I want. Hydra's this way, right? So we'll do Hydra first. Then we can take the watchtower and go back around to, catacombs. Going through the old Church of Oolacile. Now again, as we established, the idea that the catacombs was dedicated to servants of the gods. One of those servants we could confirm was, of course, an Oolacilian, which makes sense, with how there's a church right here connecting straight to Sen's Fortress for where the city of Oolacile once was, and everything else. We get the sense that the population at Oolacile, many of them would, of course, come in and decide they would dedicate their service to the gods and go up to Anor Londo, and then eventually they would live where they would live and die, and finally be laid to rest in the catacombs there. Gives us a cool little cultural background to the type of people who would be becoming the gods' priests. You go where they're near, right? Yes. Gonna head this way. I don't remember if we killed the Black Knight here. I want to say we did, but my memory is not reliable. Back down there to New Londo. Now, hopefully Hydra won't take too long, especially with the run back. Let's just get our bonfire here to make things simple. Going down this way. No, I think Black Knight is dead. Good. Good, old Loki. Good job. How much humanity do I have? I have some twins, so... Yeah, we use 2 twins and get this up. Because I don't know how much damage the Hydra does, but I'm going to assume it's a lot. So probably want to have this all stacked up. There we go. God, quality of life features, please. Alrighty. We're at max. Now, this was, of course, an old path linking the city of Oolacile to New Londo. Of course, this path between the two areas is no more, as New Londo was of course destroyed, its giant gateway, presumably leading into the world of man, which they invaded, having been plugged up by the earth, and now all the wyverns and dragons guarding there. Yeah, just not happening anymore. Nobody's going down there. Okay, now we gotta get past Seath folks to get to other Seath folk. Now, the Hydra is, of course, a lake beast, but it is a creature where you have to question how it would be able to survive in there with such a small lake, especially considering it's not there with the lake in the DLC. The lake is a very recent occurrence, as we, of course, can surmise that the Hydra is likely a associate of Seath, like these golems. We will expand on this more when we get to Ash Lake and Crystal Cave. Oh. There we go. Come on. Whoop. Oh. There we go. I think the armor upgrades are helping. This enemy. A walking pain in the neck. VOD viewers, skip ahead 20 minutes. Oh, whoopsie, wrong way. Wow, you positioned me the opposite way. Okay. Alright, I think we're just gonna ignore the crystal golem, see if they de-aggro when we're close by. Because I don't want to have to run around dealing with them every time. Please, Dark Souls, be merciful. Now, as we can see, the Hydra shoots massive amounts of water, fitting for a lake beast. However, all that water also brings us to mind, of course, the fire breath that the dragons typically have. So it makes you wonder. Oh, of course. Just can't de-aggro, can you? Well, at least my shield is working. Okay, get out of here. Oh, dang it. Range! That's one. That's one head. Come on. helm, just a generic knight set. Woo. As you can see, we just keep cutting off the Hydra's heads. And boy, does it got a lot of them. Oh, of course. Dang it. Kinda hope he would go off in one shot. Let's get this done. There we go. Dang it. Wait a second, I see no coffins here. Wait, see, I can explain. I'm just doing the Hydra first. It's a small diversion. Though to be honest, this lake might become my coffin if I'm not careful. I could easily fall off here, that's for sure. Oh, nice. Alright, you got 2 more heads. Come on. Oh boy, that was not the frame rate I was expecting. Come on. Go on, buddy. Oh. Come on. God, I feel like the frame rate gets actively worse as I continue. What are you doing? There we go. Alright. I almost wish I could target the individual heads, to be honest. Because this is gonna get a little ridiculous. What are we supposed to do here? I guess we gotta force it in, run as fast as possible. No! Not if I don't look! Well, that's what I was afraid of. If you're doing with a no magic run, you should invest in a magic/divine crossbow to have damage variety and spend useless color Titanite. Crossbow definitely sounds like it could be good, Sneed, for sure. Well, we gotta do that all over again. Don't worry, VOD viewers, I will make sure to edit out the successful attempt for you guys. Perfect. Alright, last one. So let's see, where do you go, or do I have to rely on the crossbow? I mean, if you're just gonna do that. Okay, yeah, let's just get a crossbow. Give me a second here. Oh, I have a crossbow, I just have a regular bow. That's fine. How many arrows do I have? Alright, I hope this does it. This might not do it, but it might put him in range, so he just got a one-shot, which is pretty good. We'll see. Still got a few shots left. There we go. Woo! We get the Dragon Scale and the Dusk Crown Ring. Now, Dragon Scale, of course, tells us, oh, hey, the Hydra's a descendant of the dragon. Much like Wyverns, it's probably a distant descendant. We get Dragon Scales from Wyverns as well. But tells us that the idea that, yeah, Hydras, being snakes, reptiles, scaly boys, do ultimately evolve from the original everlasting dragons in the family tree. Coolio. There's the river that we see in Darkroot Garden flowing all the way down to form this lake. As I said before, in the DLC, we'll see how this lake is, this river is dammed up, and so this lake doesn't really exist quite yet. Though, there are signs that the water comes from, can come from multiple sources, as again we'll see in the DLC. Gotta say, the beach episode is kind of meh. No waifus and bikinis, but don't worry, I'll at least get you a waifu. Don't worry, Sneed, I promise. As we can see, we also got the Dusk Crown ring. This ring gives the idea that there's a Princess Dusk of Oolacile. Now, fans of Demon Souls will recognize the name Ula from Ulan, and we'll talk more about that when we get into the DLC, but the idea being is, of course, this ring that's shaped like, of course, a crown is supposed to have been given to Oolacile to essentially celebrate her birth, right? And the idea being is that this fancy, it has a lot of nature imagery going with it, so we get the idea that, again, much like the Grasscrest Shield, that Oolacile is a country dominated not only by magic, by nature, by sorcery, these types of things. But it also, of course, has a close connection to Anor Londo and the gods and miracles and holy magic and all that. So, very, very curious. We also see how they would sacrifice health in order to increase the power of their sorcery, giving us the notion that, hey, Oolacile's a country that doesn't have to worry about having half health, making themselves more vulnerable, making themselves really squishy, which again makes sense. As we said with Tranquil Walk of Peace, there's the indication that Oolacile was a country that wasn't really at war. The fact that they even use golems for soldiers tells you that they don't even necessarily do the fighting. Now this cave here doesn't have anything special going for it right now, but we'll reload the area. I think it might even be better if I... Yeah, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is use a homeward bone, because this can be one of the few times we'll want to use one. Hey, Thens! Welcome on in. Oh, before I forget. Repair and force armor. What can we do? I gotta put some of this stuff away. Let's do this, because I have the 2. Yeah, and then that'll be almost at the max I want it to be. Yeah, I need more large shards at this point. We talked about Ferris. So we'll go to the bottomless box. Again, just generic armor. This is honestly not that lore relevant. Just tells us that, hey, more warriors who have come in here and gotten themselves killed. This armor actually becomes more lore relevant in Dark Souls 3 when we see it return in Faron Keep, so at least it's got that going for it. But as we can see, the idea of a low rank knight versus an elite or high rank knight. An obvious difference in skill. We already got that away. All that's away. Ferris's hat again. Ferris isn't a he is a she, as seen by the actual bow archer Ferris that we meet. However, this bow hero was compared to Goth, but as we can see, she ultimately is being an expert sniper is not that good apparently. Though her bow does show that that was in fact her way of doing things, much like the original Goth. We again talked about the idea of the witches, the Chaos Witches, being, again, when they were still quote-unquote animals, having a very tribal culture, which they retained even after their mother became a lord. We don't see the urbanness of the Izalith develop until after the Chaos Flame destroys the land. And Dingy Set, we don't need to talk about that. Again, Easterner stuff, we can talk... basically just, again, generic Japanese stuff. There isn't too much to talk about on the lore front. It just tells you, hey, you recognize this from Japan. We have a Japan too. Baldur stuff. We'll talk more about Baldur when we get into Sens, which again might be end of this stream or not. We'll see. Okay. Feeling pretty good about where we're at right now. The design implies it's from a store. Yeah, that is possible, but it's, again, we're not told specifically, and we can be one of those depending on, like, in other games and stuff, we can be, like, a generic low-rank knight or stuff like that. So, whether or not it's truly from Astora or just happens to resemble, like, you know, just generic knight armor for the time, you can make that case. At the very least, we can say for certain that, it's similar enough that you can imagine that's what a low-rank knight of Astora would look like, or at least close to it. Oh, gosh, controller's causing trouble again. But yeah, why? Ay, ay. Looks like I can only do so much by opening it up and cleaning it out. Or maybe I just didn't clean it out well enough. Alright, so as we can see, crystal golems, big blue boys, rainbow-colored blood, quote-unquote blood. Oh, I could definitely do the double R2 if I get him from behind, yeah. That's totally possible. Nice. Totally worth that trade. Dang it, only got the... There we go. Now again, a golem made of crystal, in contrast to the stone golems we see that Oolacile looks to have crafted. Seath is clearly obsessed with crystals. This would be our first indication. Obviously, we don't know at this juncture that they are, of course, related strictly to Seath, much like the Moonlight... well, I guess you could infer it from the Moonlight Butterfly. But we don't get the clear indication until we get to the Duke's Archive, and this is true for many of the forces related to Seath, including the Channelers, etc. But looking retrospectively, we can clearly see how Seath has taken an interest in the ruins of Oolacile. As we can see here now that the Hydra has been dealt with, and we have our first foreshadowing about Princess Dusk, we can find a uniquely golden crystal golem. If you look closely, you can actually see that Dusk is, in fact, inside. Now, the idea, of course, being that the golems capture, and then, much like other forces related to Seath, and bring them back to his archive. And I get the idea that these golems have done just that. Now, before this golem brings, Dusk back to Seath, we shall rescue her. There we go. Oh. My friend, I do not want to risk it with you, so get over here. Or not. Again, then Dusk is free from the crystal. As we can see, looking at her attire, very regal, fancy, colored gold, with a feathered crown.
So, 'tis thou who rescued me.
That's a weird abductor version.
I am deeply obliged. I am Dusk of Oolacile. I cometh from an age long before thine. I cannot stay here for long. So, before I disappear, allow me to ask one thing. My home, Oolacile, is the home of ancient sorceries. My hope is to pass this profound knowledge to thee, with thine approval. Would this be of assistance to thee?
So, Dusk is essentially telling us that she's from another time, a time long before ours. Therefore, when we, even though we have rescued her in this time space, she will be automatically returned to her own by itself. Again, giving us the idea that, again, other worlds and things like that aren't necessarily the idea of multiverse theory, but going within the idea that we are essentially having different periods as we experience individually, essentially being segregated out and separated into a non-linear order. So everything kind of gets pulled together by the stagnant flow of time. Only in Lordran, again, it's a time bubble, and therefore Dusk here is someone who's basically not been subjected to that normally. Therefore, the fact that the Crystal Golem who captured her probably has, and captured her in her time space. Again, much like us, enemies and things could also theoretically go through these stagnant spaces, right? So it makes sense that while Seath's golems are exploring, some of them might slip in and out of time and space to the past where we experience the DLC. Now, we don't see crystal golems in the DLC, but we will talk about some of the signs indicating what happened to them and why we don't see them in the DLC when we get to there. For now, though, it's just the idea that a golem went to the past, essentially, slipped into the past, caught Dusk there, then ended up returning back to this time space. Dusk has basically been in kind of a stasis, captured in the crystal, but now that she's free, she'll very soon be sort of snapped back to her own time, and then follow through the normal rules there. Before that happens, she's asking us, and it's obviously taking a while because I'm just sitting here, but she's asking us the idea that the... does she have fancy speaking Japanese? She does speak very polite Japanese, yes, but she doesn't speak anything like super old or fancy, right? She doesn't speak like, say, Gwendolyn with any like antiquated dialect or anything like that, or Vendrick in Dark Souls 2. The idea, of course, being with Dusk is that she, of course, as a princess, she has a very polite, regal upbringing that lets her know how to be very, very formal. Now, in terms of, again, the idea of her time space, she knows sorcery from her country. It's a country that has long practiced sorcery, and therefore these sorceries that are so old that they aren't even practiced in the modern day, she can teach them to us. So, of course.
My heartfelt thanks. I am pleased beyond words. Then I shout, engrave my signature.
So her sign?
Thou art in need. Pray summon me from my signature. It seems that my time is done. May the great flames guide thee.
Now again, this term, may the flames guide thee, or great flames as the localization puts here, is a reference to, is the same phrase used that the localization translates with the Way of White as Verior Nox. Now Verior Nox is broken Latin, seems to supposed to mean fear the night, though many Latinists will argue that point. The grammar doesn't quite meet up to snuff, but the idea being is it's the phrase of, by the guidance of fire, may fire guide you, etc. May you have the guidance of flame. Like, however you want to translate that, that is what Verior Nox is actually saying. And there's the idea that, again, Dusk, being from the country of Oolacile, has the same religious principles as the Way of White. The idea that they all sort of are part of the same religious strain, in essence. Which, again, whether or not you consider the idea... I was actually asked a question recently about if the idea that Dusk could be a holy woman or saint, kind of like Anastasia or Rhea, and the idea being that, no, she clearly doesn't have any connection to the Way of White or the church or any of that jazz. She's just a princess. But the religious background they share is still there. We'll see the same thing by Elizabeth, who, again, as a mushroom man, has a similar thing going for her. Now, again, she returns to the past, but she engraves her summon sign, much like we see with other people, so even though we are from different, quote-unquote, worlds, different time spaces, different periods of time in different places, she leaves a sign here, and we can summon her to our, quote-unquote, world. Hey, Dandra. Oh, dang, I just finished the VOD for part 1. How much have I missed today? Not too much. If you've only finished the VOD for part 1, we're on part 6, basically. So, again, you can check my playlist. I do have the lore play all there. But yeah, we're... Part 1 is quite early in the game compared to where we are now. We've opened Sen's Fortress. We're in the mid-game. But anyway, let's talk to good old Dusky. The only thing you missed for this video has been the Hydra, though, by the way. So, don't worry. I killed the Hydra, saved Dusk, and now we talk to her.
I am Dusk of Oolacile.
There we go.
It is an honor to see thee again. I shall follow thy wishes.
Now, funny little detail here. Dusk is the only character who's actually has a quote-unquote Japanese name. She actually has the name of the Japanese term for dusk. Well, I guess one of them, but you get what my deal. Again, so one of the Japanese, so she has the actual name written in kanji for dusk, rather than having, say, a quote-unquote foreign Western name that is spelled out in Japanese katakana, which is another script separate from kanji. So,
If thou art in need,
Oh.
pray summon me
Oh,
again.
sorry.
I wish to be of assist. May the flame...
yeah, okay. Anyway, the point being, of course, is that, presumably because she comes from old line of princesses, she has this name because, again, older Japanese names and the like are not written, say, necessarily the same as modern Japanese names, and there's likely this idea to reflect that culture. She has a completely different style of naming compared to most. Now, we don't see this, unfortunately, carried over with more than the royalty. Besides Dusk, we also, of course, get Half-Light in Dark Souls 3, and Half-Light is, of course, written as, again, half-light written in katakana, the English term, so it's bit of a shame we don't see this concept built upon, but, you know, it's neat to kind of see it at least touched on.
I am Dusk of Oolacile. It is an honor to see thee again. I shall follow thy wishes.
Learn the gesture, we get a proper bow, again highlighting her formality. As a princess, she knows how to properly pay her respects. Now, of course, we get to see the various spells. Now, notice how she is, this you can be like, oh, okay, she's doing this for souls because, you know, like we've seen with other teachers, you need souls in order to learn pyromancy. But she also requires souls for her catalyst. She doesn't just give this away. So perhaps this is just a game mechanic, right? You gotta have the merchant work somehow, right? So she's just like, okay, we'll make this something you sell. We won't make it where you can automatically get it. But there's this question then. Is Dusk actually undead? Now, Dark Souls 3 tells us the answer is yes, but just to say here, this is the first indication of, oh, Dusk is undead. So even though this is hundreds of years ago in her time, she's apparently died and suffered the curse. Well, that's weird, because how's helpless little princess here in her regal attire doing as an undead? Like, you'd think that would her country have already kicked her out or something like this? Like, what's going on with Oolacile? We'll answer that in short time, but to focus on the staff itself, again, this it says like an ivory callus, but it's more, again, just a white staff or a white tree staff. The idea being that there's these magical white trees that Oolacile has, even though it's, again, a ruined nation. It's no longer no more. But it's very, very curious. They aren't affected by intelligence with their sorceries. As we can see, the sorceries, at least the ones that Dusk teaches, are not very ambitious. Very easy for a basic sorcerer to learn. Well, let's look at what the actual spells are. First, of course, Cast Light, giving us the idea that Vinheim has not been able to recreate this basic spell of, you know, just creating a ball of light that lights up the surroundings. Well, Vinheim hasn't done something even as simple as this. So, ooh, wonder why that is. It also, of course, has a golden color compared to the blue sorceries we see from Vinheim and even in Ulando from Ingward and stuff like that. So it's like, Now, we also get Hidden Body. The idea that as you turn invisible, you can't completely turn invisible through this spell, because if you did, you would essentially negate your own existence, and you would just, it would no longer be camouflage. So you just sort of lessen your presence, your existence in the world. Well, that's interesting. So there's an idea that your time and space is being warped, or rather space is being warped for your actual physical presence, but therefore time has to be also being manipulated by extension, because again, time and space are inextricably linked, right? Time-space continuum and all that. So, the idea of light, which manipulates time and space. Again, we also have this spell Repair, which tells us the origin of, say, Repair Powder. The idea being that Repair was this light powder that, again, we saw how it had that golden glow that had this repair effect. Well, it seems like this is an Oolacilian art, as we can see here. So we have the idea that you can reverse the damage done to your weapons and armor, similar to what we can do with healing spells to our bodies. Most curious. And then we have, of course, Chameleon, which, again, we see this idea of just kind of transforming into a item in the surrounding. Obviously, the game sort of pre-renders what you don't get to freely choose what it is you become. The game sort of has a set little randomizer on what it is depending on the area, but the point is that you're able to basically use this spell to disguise yourself to blend in with your surroundings. Very, very curious. So, we have the idea of a bunch of light magic doing here. Now, Dark Souls 3 will eventually confirm that this is, in fact, of course, all light magic, but it should be obvious from the fact that Cast Light is here, and the fact that it's golden color and all that, and then the add in the proximity to Anor Londo, and we get the clear idea that this power is related to the gods and their sunlight.
For a very long time, I was trapped within the crystal golem. From my home, I was taken, banished to a plane of distortion.
Again, so she's talking about how, again, she traveled across the slips in time and all that,
long after I had relinquished all
and
hope,
returned to this
so
space,
deep
and
was
therefore she was separated.
my faith reneweth.
So she's like, oh, well, I kind of gave up on it having any hope of returning home. But again, the idea that the golem had managed to slip into her time, capture her, ended up slipping back, and then that's when we saved her.
The sorceries of Oolacile differ from the magic of thy name.
The sorcery, huh?
It is difficult to explain. Oolacile's sorceries are, what doth one say? They're somewhat of an approximation. Thine sorceries are more straightforward, negating all but thyself. Dost thou not find some fascination in these discrepancies?
Now, in the Japanese, she actually doesn't have this thing where she says, oh, what does thou saying, or an approximation. None of that gets said. What she's actually getting at is the idea of, she's trying to be careful with her words, because what she's essentially insulting her country, essentially. What she is saying is like, how do I put it, or how should I like sort of like word this? The sorceries of Oolacile are more, perfunctory, right? Like, they're very lackadaisical. They're not about. They're not as straightforward and ambitious as what we see with Vinheim sorcery. Vinheim sorcery, as we can see, there's a target. How do I deal with the target? Okay, I shoot an arrow straight at it, right? Like, it's a very straightforward, very direct, very violent way of doing so. Meanwhile, Oolacile, we've seen again with Tranquil Walk of Peace and these various sorceries, these are not offensive by nature. The closest we get is like Hidden Weapon, but that's more a utility spell for a weapon. So we have the, also I didn't go over this, but again, same thing as Hidden Body, so nothing else to say. Again, we get this confirmation that sorceries, they control light. They deal with light. Now, the, where was I? Alright, so when she's talking about her spells and all that, these are spells which are more creative. They're more sort of outside the box sort of thinking and stuff like that. But they're not exactly in a position to deal with a threat directly, which is what she gets at here. Like, there's something where, like, you essentially block out everyone else, everything else, and do so, and just focus on yourself for Vinheim sorcery. How do I get rid of this problem in front of me? Directly do so, right? There isn't any sort of there's always this violent blocking out, non-cooperative nature to it, which of course ties into, say, the founder of sorcery, Seath, as we'll talk about more going into Seath's reasons and how it originated. So Dusk is more or less picking up on the notion that the way that Oolacile sorcery developed into what it is, at least in her time today, is quite different than how you can argue the original branch of sorcery, Seath's sorcery, developed and has been carried on by Vinheim and New Londo sorcerers, etc. Do you think Gwyn developed Chameleon while playing around with his Lord Soul? Developed it first independently, I mean. accidentally disguised himself when dealing with his light soul. He's like, how do I get this thing to work? And before he found lightning bolts, it started being like, help, I've turned into a shrub. Turned into a Bach. Bach is actually Gwyn. You see, he actually double disguised. He disguised himself as a demi-human and then disguised himself again as a bush. And he didn't know how to handle his power. There. New
if
lore.
thou art in need, pray summon me again. I wish to be of assist. May the flames
guide thee. Yep, so she's going to keep saying that because, again, very religious
I
country.
am the sorcery.
Yeah, nothing else she says. Now, she does tell us at some point that she, how her country, of course, in the modern day is defunct. So even in, well, I should say, even in her day, not just the modern day, is defunct. So her country, even back then, is ruined, which gives us some context to why she's undead. Her country had some terrible event, she died in it, she happened to turn undead, but apparently she is the only one, as she basically feels all alone, and is very happy to be able to talk to us. So we are a good Samaritan, chat. Just ignore all the killing and death that we have caused in our wake. Most of them were hollows, it's fine. I turned myself into a bush Havel! 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 I turned myself into a bush! I don't know what to do! Please, my lord, relax. I'm sure you'll be able to break it. Just move a little more harder. Oh! Oh! Thank God. Oh. What would I do without you, Havel? I don't know. I'm a little busy right now dealing. I'm a little busy right now staring angrily at Seath over there. He's mocking me with his sorcery. Anyway, enough role-playing. Time to role-play. I'll be honest, I'm really happy with this thief build. Do we still have this down here? Nope, but I do need to loot that ring. I completely forgot last time. Terrible event. Surely nothing they themselves did. Yep. Oolacile had nothing whatsoever to do with its own destruction. Nothing. What could they have possibly done? It was this terrible calamity that befell them, clearly. When we see the DLC, we'll see how they were totally innocent during the entire endeavor. No one from Oolacile caused any harm, especially not within the government. The dialogue implies Dusk has seen modern sorceries, which is strange if you just de-stasised her after centuries. Yeah, it's also strange if you're not a sorcerer, right? Like, at least if you're a sorcerer, you can maybe justify it. Though, to be fair, Sneed, we have to consider the fact that she is captured by the Crystal Golem, and Cease forces and stuff are around. So who knows, you could make an argument, maybe she saw a channeler, like maybe there was an evangelist with using Cease sorcery that was hanging around in her time, and so she saw that. And she kind of put two and two together when the Crystal Golem took her and then got slipped back into the future. So you can at least sort of make that justification, right? Fire bump. Oh, I love it. Just one-shotting these things. Damn stinking hollow. Actually. Yeah, it's fine. It's not like you're gonna kill me. I have to remember again, I'm gonna probably, off-stream have Framped, eat all my stuff. So, oh. Yep. Now, knowing me, I'm gonna somehow get myself killed, so before we do that, let's rest at this bonfire. What would I do without you, Havel? Apparently cause a possibly parasitic organism to direct the course of the world for untold ages. Now, let's see. Whoop. Again, we're heading back down over there to Firelink. We can see there in the distance. Again, imagine you could have a remake that would actually let this area look good. So you can actually like be there and be like, oh my god, it was just there in Firelink. I can go so clearly see it. Instead of just being a bunch of low textured blobs hidden behind really, really awful FOV. I'm sorry, not FOV, depth of field, DOF, so. I don't know, could you call the first flame a parasite? I understand the comparison, though I'd say the Chaos Flame is more parasitic in nature, just by virtue of how it operates. But again, Chaos is an element of fire, intrinsically, so the idea that the first flame itself could be considered, at least to an extent, parasitic in its own right is not entirely untold. Though again, as I go over an Abyssal Archive, the way that the relationship between fire, its own disparity, and the universe is admittedly quite nuanced and worth breaking down. So, now that I've said that, buy my book. You can check the link in the description. You'll find you'll be able to find the website from there. From the publisher's website, you'll be able to then purchase either the physical edition or the digital edition. What are you purchasing, you might ask? Why? Good on you. What you're going to be buying is 2 volumes, 2 entire volumes of Dark Souls lore, with Japanese commentary explaining the original script and how that has affected the understanding of the game. But it also, of course, goes over the characters, the environments, and be able to give you the most coherent Dark Souls lore ever, along with the most, I think, accurate that you'll ever find in terms of Dark Souls lore as a result, so check it out.
I am pleased to see you well. Is it something urgent?
I don't know. Do you have anything worth telling me about?
Those who seek...
Nope. I've already talked about that last stream. Not repeating myself. Again, can't do this, unfortunately. Oh, do I want to go to Domhnall? No, I don't. I don't want to go there and possibly die. I'll do that when I have, like, 0 souls and, like, my thing back, and then I'll talk to you, like... I don't want to do it when the bonfire here isn't around. It's more a medical force than a living organism. Yeah, that is very true. It's not it's not alive in like we see with the Chaos Flame, because the Chaos Flame, of course, is all about life. So again, Blighttown. There's Quelag's domain somewhere down there. There's the Great Hollow, which has as we can see, hollowed out as a result of the poison swamp of Blighttown that is manifested. Because for some reason they thought, hey, you know what we need? We should dump all of our sewage in between 2 districts. Like, God help them if that wall ever broke, and then all that sewage started leaking down into that district. Just saying. I don't think the city planners thought this through. Who built this thing? Giants? Oh, wait. I don't even need to do that. Oh, no, I do need to do... Oh, okay, no, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. You take quite a few hits. Wait, what's... Okay, no, that's just another more ledges and stuff. I was about to say. Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't think we can actually go this far into Blighttown like the game is telling us up here. I'm pretty sure it's around... Yeah, pretty sure it ends usually around, like, here-ish. But whatever. Oh, wait, am I going... Yeah, I go down here. So again, we enter into the catacombs. Its location is very close to Firelink Shrine, which will be relevant when we get to the Firelink Chamber further down the line. For now, though, of course, as I said before, we have the idea... Get wrecked, idiot. We have the idea that the catacombs were built in order to have the god servants be able to be buried near Nito, essentially giving offerings of death for the Grave Lord. Again, as we saw in the cinematic, Nito was allied with Gwyn in the dragon hunts, and therefore we can infer of an alliance between him and the other lords, again, since they all fought together. It seems that as part of this alliance, all death is offered and given to Nito. He has free reign, of course, over the dead. He is the Lord of the Dead, you might say. The Hades of this world. But things have changed. And now, instead of them being properly buried, we see how bodies have been haphazardly dumped here. Now, as you may recall, servants of the gods are supposed to have this happen to them when they die. So, the fact that we see so many here, despite the fact that undeath now exists, and far less are probably dying, and more are probably randomly becoming undead. This tells us that relatively early on, the gods, the lords, the Lord started having a breakaway with Nito, where Nito's no longer giving the secret rite of kindling, the more powerful version he developed, after handing off the lesser version to the Way of White. Something happened, and this pile gives us the first indication. So bodies are instead just haphazardly dumped there now. Well, they were for a while. And as we can see, even later after that, Pinwheel took over this section. Took over a bit of Nito's territory. Whoop. There we go. And made it his own. Oh boy, we're gonna have to go to, let's do this here. This is, if I recall correctly, the easiest way to... can we level up? Ooh, we almost can level up. I don't think I have a soul, though, unfortunate. So Pinwheel's taken over his old, took over a bit of Nito's territory. Added some statues to redecorate the place. Seems to have gotten rid of most of the giant skeletons who served Nito, and were seemingly operating as guards in this place, as we saw with Gwendolyn's priest grave, and the giant who takes our coffin down to Nito's domain. This again seems to also tell us that Nito isn't really perturbed by Pinwheel taking over. Doesn't seem to affect things too much, especially considering that there aren't really that many human bodies being buried here anymore. So what's here is already there, or what gets added by clergy of the Way of White who come through the catacombs in the hopes of finding the secret rite. Clearly, Rhea and company should not have found their secret alternate route that doesn't force them to fight Pinwheel. Oh my. Oh. Stop it. Oh, it's gonna take us way too long for us to get the souls, so I guess we'll just... Ah, but I don't want to die in the tomb. Oh, decisions. Fine, we'll farm just a little bit. Oh. Gosh, you are. Okay, it's official. I need to put on my, Oh, I put it inside my, my box. I have to take out the club and deal with that, because if this is how it's gonna be with the giants too, then yeah. Remember, bonk damage destroys skeletons. I hear you, Sneed. You're absolutely right. A reanimated skeleton killing itself says a lot about society. Man, the world really is going to shit. Even the living dead are just trying to be dead. There we go. Just need a little bit more, I think, right? So we'll just rest at the bonfire, go out, kill a few more of these guys, and then we'll be done. And then we can drop down to there. Because we just gotta roll down there, and then go over there, if I recall, so we'll be fine. It may be important to note the weapon you're currently using scales with strength and only strength. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a dex weapon like I was originally hoping for, but it's fine. We'll make it work. Alright, let's rest. Level up. Yeah, because I gotta deal with those damn skeleton wheels. Yes, yes, Alright. So close. Okay, one more. Alright, and then we'll take this out of my box so I have it. Where are you? Bonk? Where's my bonk? There we go. Alrighty. Vitality. More HP would be nice. Yeah, damage we're doing okay. Biggest thing right now is making sure I have the HP to survive more stuff, especially with my added defense. And where's my bonk stick? Where's my holy bonk? Oh. Oh, you still take 3 hits, though. I could have swore it was 2. I do have another chunk, though, so can I upgrade this weapon? I can do that. So I just need more souls there. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit more farming, see how this works. Come on. Nice. Nice. Level this up. Yeah, also gotta put those shields away. That's gonna annoy me. Dragon Crest shield. Yeah, we can put that away. Yeah, we're gonna stick with this. Plank shield. Correct. More red. Again, this is all stuff we keep that. Yeah, we'll keep that. We'll keep that. We're not gonna use this catalyst. I don't have any arrows though, so it doesn't matter, so we'll put it away. Spear, great club, pickaxe, gargoyle tail. Again, just to point out, because I didn't point this out last stream, again, made of bronze, giving us the idea that stone and bronze that this gargoyle is made of or ornamented with. As we can see, it can be used like an actual tail as well as a weapon. The point, of course, being is that these are artificial constructs that are, as we're told here, either guarding the Bell of Awakening in the at the church, or patrolling in Orlando, giving us a sense of where do they originate. Butcher knife. Butcher knife also has an interesting little detail here about the idea that when we're facing this weapon by the man-eating woman, Mildred in this case, the idea being is that okay, you feel this almost like primordial fear in your bones, like as if earlier in your species history and evolution, you were prey. You weren't, the apex. Dominate the earth, hunt all the creatures on it and all that. You were the one that was being hunted, and this is sort of, it reminds you of that feeling. Again, we talked about the sacrificial blade. We don't need that. Scimitars, we don't care. We don't care, we don't care, we don't care. Again, just Astora. Actually, Astora has a natural thing to it, right? And it does have dex. Might be cool to upgrade that in the future, but we'll stick with Bonk. We've already invested. Bonk stocks up. Actually, what do I need to reinforce this next? There we go, much better too. Just a few more, so we'll kill these guys more. Again, we want to be prepared for... Oh, darn. Oh my god, that's so much less. HP and armor, man. Ooh. Those upgrades. High stability shield helps against the bone wheels and bed of chaos. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. 'Cause I definitely think there we go. And one more with this. Then we'll be able to move on, I think. I think my current shield though is able to handle it, because it's able to handle the Hydra pretty fine, so if Lake Beast ain't a problem, I think whatever we're gonna face in the Tomb of the Giants won't be either, so. Yep, okay, I need more to get that up even further. Okay, gotcha. Alright, this is as strong as it's gonna get. Alright, what do we got here? Nice. That's a lot of your HP. I like it. Yes, 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 you're doing the whole Shrine of Storm troll. I get you, I get it. Was it this side or that side? I think it's the other side. Right, because that's where the wheels are. And that's the, no, it's this side, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, we just let you do that. Ouch. Of course I run into it. Of course. Oh my, that lingering hitbox. If I recall correctly, it should be around here. Yep. So we got the thing here. Now we drop here. Again, priest stuff. Give us the idea of the type of people coming down here. Oh my god, one shot. I love it. Woo! Bone Wheels getting killed in one smack. And now we gotta equip this. Yeah, we want to switch out our weapons because we're just gonna be using this for a bit. Actually, you know what? No. Let's go back to what I originally had. What we'll do, we'll have my jacket there because we are gonna eventually have to deal with people. We'll have that, and then we'll put the skull lantern here, and we'll just swap out as we need the shield for that good old stamina recovery. Now again, we can see how Pinwheel is on the edge of the Tomb of the Giants, making his home base inside one of their coffins. And now we see forward how these prism stones are being used. Again, extraordinary light is needed to cause anything. Even these prism stones only give us a little bit of light to help guide our way. Again, as I talked about last time, we can see how this creature who has something akin to a giant head, but it's got more of a snout, sharp teeth, an elongated skull. We can also see this very serpentine skeletal structure. Long inverted legs here with claws at the end. So quite nothing like the giants we know in this giant graveyard, quote unquote. Giving us the impression that giants weren't always giants. Again, as I said last time, we see how camps have been set up and ultimately abandoned because of the damage of the darkness. Can't really see where you're going, can't light any fires that do anything. So best you can do is just continue onward through the darkness. But in that darkness we see there are giant skeletons ready to wreck house. Again, we can see how they have these extremely long serpentine bodies. We can also see over here Izalith, which we just explored. Now, unfortunately, it does not reflect the Izalith that we dealt with. So there's the area where we go fight Ceaseless Discharge. But as we can see here, the lava hasn't dried like it has in the actual area. But the idea is that this hole should be located actually like just up and to the right of Quelag's, the other Bell of Awakening tower, Quelag's dwelling. So we could go there, but we don't. Now again, as I also talked about, when Petrus said, he didn't actually say that Rhea slid down a coffin and, you know, somehow accidentally fell down in that hole or what have you. He's just telling us that, hey, if we go slide down the giant's coffins, we will, of course, find Rhea beyond there, which is very much accurate. Yeah! Oh, you're not dead. Well, that's awkward. That's awkward. Someone, Knight tried to find himself a home inside this skeletal structure. Nope, mate, there's no safety in there, I can promise you that. Yeah, and we'll slide down another coffin here. Oh. Oh! Alright, we'll go here. If you want me to be out of here, out of your hair so bad. And what do you know? Okay, here's the other function of the lantern. Again, telling us that these lanterns, which were likely developed using the fire magic exhibited by Pinwheel, taking a skull and creating this extraordinary light, not only allows us to see in the Tomb of the Giants, but also creates a pathway so we can clearly know where we should be going in order to get to the to Nito's area. Go on, get over here. There we go. That jump I gotta be careful of, but it's so good. There's our bonfire. Again, I'm feeling pretty confident with our damage here. So we can light this bonfire and rest. This reminds me of that time Sony asked FromSoft to make something to showcase the power of the PS1 and they made a graveyard with walking skeletons. Very specific memory, Sneed, but hey, if it works, it works. But as we can see here, we are not alone in the tomb. We also have trusty Patches. Now, Patches has this shield, which we saw in Blighttown, which should tell us how ominous this character is by itself. But again, we could encounter Patches in the catacombs if we went there first thing. There, he would pull a similar trap where he would turn the bridge over and have us basically drop to our death or otherwise. The idea, of course, being that Patches, especially if we out ourselves as a cleric, he is not a fan of clerics, much like in Demon Souls.
Good day. You look reasonably sane. What are you doing in the catacombs? Are you a cleric or something?
No, we have no business here. Nope, we're not. I am a man of God now, but I am not a cleric. I am a thief, like you, as we can see from your outfit.
No? Really? Then I'd have no qualms telling you. There's a fine stash of treasure.
Again, he clearly doesn't like
down
clerics.
That hole. I found it first, but, well, we're friends now, so I'll split it with you.
Oh.
In any case, have a look. It'll shimmer you blind.
So again, Patches pulls his Demon Souls tricks in this incarnation, telling us, hey, look at all these prism stones. It leads us all the way down here. Okay, so that means that we're going to find some treasure. Ooh, I wonder what that treasure is. I am a thief. Old habits die hard and all. I'm a greedy, greedy thief. But I'm trying not to. I'm trying to forsake my greed for God!
This is what I do, my friend. The trinkets I'll be stripping off your corpse, that's the real treasure.
So he basically has us down here where we will clearly meet our death, one way or the other. Soul of a Proud Knight, Soul of a Proud Knight, and the Skull Lantern, again. Again, so if you followed the prism stones but didn't have a lantern, you'd be able to find one down here at least. He expects us to either die or go hollow and then die, so not much has changed, but thanks to the Skull Lantern we can follow a path this way. And look who we find here in the darkness. Rhea! I was told I'd find you beyond the coffin, and it took a kick to make that true, but yes, I did find you here, beyond the sliding down the coffin.
You're no hollow, are you? Thank goodness. Please be careful. There are two fierce hollows not far from here. They were once brave knights, my former escorts. Who would let such strong spirits be hollowed so? Heavens, is there nothing at all to be done?
Now, her Japanese dialogue is essentially a little bit more personal. There is, of course, the idea that her two former friends have turned into hollows, and what she's asking is, how could they go against the gods, defy the gods by turning hollow? So, because she makes this very clear in all her dialogue, how hollowing is this terrible thing. You are an awful monster who goes against the gods by your mere existence of not dying. So, her point here is, like, how could these two great, strong, and faithful knights have hollowed so? Like, how could they have succumbed to such unholiness, right? And when she's asking what could be done, she's wondering, is there really nothing I can do? Is she helpless? And again, this highlights Rhea's character arc. She's just the daughter of a prominent noble family in Thorland. And lived a cloistered life as a clergywoman. She is not equipped to do anything for herself or for others. That damage isn't that bad. Oh my gosh, but I'm gonna need that blood bleeding. Gonna need that blood. Yeah. Dang it. Oh. Oh, dang it. Right, I can't do the kick. I can't kick? So we see Vince and Nico here have Come on, bleed! Oh, dang. Darn. Now, normally we'd have to kill these guys, fight our way out of here, but thanks to game mechanics, we'll just respawn at the bonfire and give Patches a good surprise. Now, we didn't announce ourselves as a cleric, so...
Oh,
it's not hostile to us or anything.
Well, let's just calm
Yeah, I
down.
survived, bitch. I got
Talk
out.
about things. I did you
Doesn't
wrong,
make any
but
sense in lore how I did that,
mean
but
it.
it's fine.
These temptations, they can, well, overcome me.
Uh-huh,
You
devil
know what I
did
mean,
made you do it.
don't you?
Gotcha.
Please, forgive me. You and me, we're jolly undead outcasts, aren't we?
No.
Oh, for heaven's sake, let's not mope about, eh? You're still alive? I've said I'm sorry. Wait, I know. Here, take this. It proves something, doesn't it?
Yeah, you killed women too? You monster! There we go.
I did you wrong, but I didn't mean it. These temptations.
Yeah.
You know what I'm...
Yeah, sure. I don't want to risk that, so... we're gonna do this the jink. Can't remember where the wall is, though. So instead, we will do this. As we can see here, we see another giant, except this giant, once again, looks not quite like the giants we saw in the Sen's Fortress cutscene, or the skeletons that we've seen. Again, we see sharp teeth, a bit of a snout, though less so compared to the other skeletons we see lying around here. We can go see the hands and feet forming. The sharp shoulder blades, though, are there. But we get the idea that this is a transition. So we have a very serpentine giant evolving into this giant beast that is almost there. Has a little bit of a tail, too. And then finally, the modern bipedal giants we see. So you get the idea that giants were not just born from the ether as giants, much like how the dragons have evolved and have distant descendants in the wyverns, and then also even the lake beast, the Hydra. We see how giants also, in this ancestral graveyard of theirs, clearly, have long been living and dying in this space ever since they were more like serpents than other types of beasts, and finally, men. Very, very informative. Dog. It's a dog. I don't remember where it is. Oh. There we go. It's where the path stops. Anyway. As we can see, the reason why Vince and Niko have hollowed is made evident by the enemies here. Bunch of bones stacked up in a tower. These bone towers are clearly, again, servants of Nito, like we've seen. They seem to use human bones, giving us the idea that, again, Nito is collecting not just the living, but also the dead from the catacombs, or did, for at least before Pinwheel took over, or maybe for to some extent still does. Oh. Right, we have a special weapon just for this. There we go. The point, of course, being that Nito is collects all the dead and gathers them together to make his various servants. There we go. As we can see, they have killed many clerics by the fact that they have white titanite chunks used to create holy weapons. So again, once Patches kicks you down here, you are almost guaranteed to die, it seems. Now, obviously, these enemies are not that tough for us, but again, in lore, seems to be the reason why Vince and Niko ultimately hollowed. Not even they could handle the forces of Nito lurking down here. Darn. There goes 3k souls. Also lose the souls from killing Vince, darn. That sucks. Oh well, I'll manage. Now again, while Vince and Niko acted all sort of, yeah, we gotta go do this, and you know, I really don't want to, and this kind of sucks, but you know, we can't get rid of Rhea, so we have to like do this or whatever. As we can see, they are incredibly protective of her, even at the shrine. But even in these moments where they could have totally run away like Petrus, maybe tried to save themselves, maybe throw her to the bone towers and try to make a getaway, they didn't. They did their best in order to clear the way for her. So that way she could survive. So again, despite how they act, deep down they really do care for her, and she cares for them. Oh, there's Niko. There we go. 1, 2. Dang it. 1, 2. Yeah, this seems to work better than my knife right now. All right, not Dark Souls 3. Right. There we go. Oh, I got the souls from Vince anyway. Cool. And now I got Niko's. Awesome. That's neat. Again, we will find Rhea here.
You banished those two hollows.
So we banished or suppressed those hollows?
I need to think of the trouble my failings have caused.
I've used the power of holiness to make sure they never rise again, my lady.
I am grateful to you. Thank you so very much. Here, these belonged to them. You deserve them more than I.
So again, we have the replenishment miracle.
I am certain that both Vince and Niko are grateful to you. Thank you so very much.
Again, we see from this spell, this idea, much like their armor, of how... There we go. Everything is in the service of making sure that they will never fall easily. Again, they're giant, massive tanks. They can deal with the undead hollow horde, but unfortunately they can't deal with the dead horde, apparently. Oh well. it is what it is. But these knights have, they've served their purpose.
I am certain.
Again, this isn't the idea that they themselves are to blame. She's blaming herself for all of this, and we'll get more of that when we return to Firelink and see her. Alright, now again, we also get this idea, of course, that while we are down here deep into the Tomb of the Giants, the Izalith goes down even deeper. The idea being is that it is parallel and even deeper still than the tomb. Again, there's the giant wall, though from this angle it looks more like a dome. The actual game, when we get to the actual area, though, we'll see how this quote-unquote dome isn't continued. It's actually kind of cut off around where that thick black line area is. Again, one of the many, although far less than other games, oopsies in Dark Souls 1. Map isn't immaculate, folks. It's amazing world design and world building being done here, but it ain't immaculate. And that's okay. Not as bad as the Valley of Drake's Darkroot Basin transition, to be honest. Alright, let's deal with the giants here. We got lots of items going forward, so before I head all the way... Oh, right, you. Ugh. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to do this then. Ouch. There we go. Had to make sure I wasn't gonna get sniped. Well, that killed you, so that's one problem out of my hair. Now we climb up to another coffin. Soul of a proud knight. We're getting lots of those. Again, we can see how this coffin is partially destroyed, but has these giants, but not quite giants. Not as big as the ones that apparently would be buried in these coffins normally. Gotta wonder what Nito did with those bones. Oh. There we go. Oh. Oh, of course. There we go. There we go. Oh. Gosh, that aim, though. Truly is the Oonga Boonga. Think no. Hit yes. Oh. Alrighty, we go this way. No. Oh, wait. Yeah, we do. Okay. Not crazy. Go up here. Go up here. We'll come back down in a sec. Let me just grab that one item. Where is it? There you are. Another soul of a proud knight. So again, we clearly see a bunch of knight souls, which again makes sense because a lot of cleric knights come through here. So the idea that many of these famous knights of the church have had their hand at coming into the Tomb of the Giants, trying to go through this giant graveyard and make it all the way to Nito to collect the secret rite of kindling, which they don't know, of course, has been stolen. Again, we see Eyes of Death related to Gravelord servants. The point being, of course, that they ultimately meet their end. None have succeeded in all this 1,000 years since this undead mission began. Hopefully I survive. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Souls 1 fall damage. What would I do without you? This is probably death, though, right? We want to go this way. Nope. You know, I somewhat regret not bringing my pyromancy flame and repairing all that and doing all that stuff, huh? Oh. Nope, I'm not falling for that death trap. Going back up. Yeah! This is what safety looks like, baby! Alright, how do we handle you? Oh! Dang it! I didn't expect there to be a fourth one. Frick. Darn! Darn! Oh, yay. No, even this didn't get broken, so... Oh, wait, no, it's the +10 one that we're worried about, right? Let's attune magic. Oh, right, I don't have enough slots. Never mind. Whoopsie. One pyromancy, can't even use it, so, okay. That strategy's bunk. Well. Gotta get those souls back. Don't need this in this darkness. We don't need this. So, what would be more useful? Defense while HP is low is not going to do anything against those guys. They hit like a truck. Evil Eye, I guess, is the best option. Okay. Having only 5 of this might also be a problem. I might need to use my twin humanities. As long as you can't hit me from in here, Mr. Arrow. Darn. Jumping. How's it work? Boy, this place is hell. So many giants in one little area. Gives you the idea how concerned Nito was about this place, though, that he has so many guards. What could possibly be here? What could possibly be there in that, tomb? Thankfully, at least getting here is simple enough. Wait. Oh, my soul. Oh, they're there. That's not that bad then. Okay. We have to get both of them, or else he'll. Like that. I will continue to inch my way forward until I aggro one of you. There we go. Oh. Well, that might... Well, thankfully that somehow didn't aggro anyone else. Oh. Oh. There we go. Woo! Anyone else wanna take a piece? Just you? Making sure. Gonna bring you back here. There we go. And just to make sure I'm just being paranoid. Yep, paranoia. Perfect! Woo! You can jump to the other wall. I can do that, but I want to get the ones down there, Sneed, so that way, if I have the chance, I can then climb back up as quickly as possible. The problem is the third guy always gets to you before you can really make that all work out. Again, reminder, blossoming flower, 2 layers. That will come up in the future. But as we can see, this place, this coffin, it's a bit different from the others. For one, we see that much like Pinwheel's coffin, there's a bunch of ornaments for candles and stuff to light up the area, telling us that it's been lived in and used. And at the way back, we see another cleric blacksmith. Again, much like the one we encounter in the Fortress of the Oolacilian Ruins, this blacksmith is just a copy-paste of Andre's model with a stone texture. As Miyazaki confirmed in the DesignWorks interview, just ignore it. It's just a vessel for embers, so don't pay attention to all those little details. Why Andre's twin brothers are all the same way, praying while turned into statues. There's no meaningful connection. All we should think of this as is, oh, okay, a blacksmith with a faith who is dead. That's it. And in this case, what is he containing? The large divine ember, so the more powerful version of the other ember we got from the other divine blacksmith. The point being, of course, is that this large ember of a powerful white flame is used in these church rites that are not known to most. Again, they're secret. The other idea being here is that it's only for select or chosen divine or cleric blacksmiths. So the clergy smiths, only special ones even among them receive this more powerful version. We get the idea clearly that the Way of White is extremely protective about its holy weapons and how they're made. It tries to make sure that there's no way that they will leak out to the public for public use or creation, or be used by people for nefarious ends, right? So they try to make sure that they keep it all under wraps and that only the ones that they trust the most will handle these. We get the idea then that the church at one point basically concocted the idea to set up an outpost in the Tomb of the Giants. Essentially the clerics would have a relay station where they could have their weapons upgraded and used, right? Be able to come in, get weapons secured, right? And then they'll have a special little base that they could use for the front line as they push deeper and deeper into Nito's domain. Unfortunately, Nito figured out about this, and, well, we see the result. The blacksmith is dead, along with any knights or whoever who were stationed here, as we can see. So, this outpost idea didn't work out. As we can see, as time went on, the Way of White's efforts into trying to deal with this current situation became less and less. Less and less dedication going to the, no, we don't need to go this way. Less and less dedication to the cause. You could almost say that the mission, the church's mission for the Rite of Kindling is almost a formality at this point. It's just a great excuse to get rid of all the undead without having to, essentially have those who hunted the undead become hunted as undead, which, as you can imagine, might cause some problems. So just say, well, you know, it's because of your unholiness and all that, you can seek redemption, you can return to the world of man if you get this rite of kindling, which everyone understands clearly by this point is basically a suicide mission. No way that that's gonna happen. But, hey, we prove it's possible. Just a little bit more, right? So, I guess I could start going through these ridiculous amounts of souls, though. Let's do that, because if I recall correctly, this is going to be like 4,000 or 6,000 or something, and this is 2,000, so that's 12k each. That might work. We'll see. How's this? Yeah, it's 5,000. This is 3,000 each, actually. Okay. This might be enough, then. Oh, let's see. Yep. Perfect. Now I'm gonna keep on, I'm gonna get my vitality to 20, and then we're gonna stop there, see how I do against certain enemies and things like that. And then if we need to pump more into that stat, we will. Until then, I want to go back to my strength, because I think we're getting to the point where we want more damage. Now, onward! Oh, I'm gonna want to be in human form. Okay, let's first get all the items and crap. So again, we see this doggo. He has opposable thumbs and hands that he can use instead of claws. But he's still very much an animal. Using his jaws. Well, that strategy did not work. You meet Mr. Jenkins yet? No, Mr. Jenkins. He is up ahead. But I will have to be in human form to face him. And it looks like the enemies here, not making that very easy, so let's see if we can get around him with a shield. There we go. I can get behind him. We're good. Perfect. Okay, that's the strategy. That's the strat. Now again, like I said, we can see how these lanterns, which were likely the necromancers used, but were likely originated with Pinwheel, from his fire magic, can be used to help lead the way. They create certain lamp lights through magic that allow us to navigate through the darkness. So there's the idea that Pinwheel has magic which is familiar and, of course, complementary to the Tomb of the Giants. Why would that be? Again, we will see when we get through the barrier after we go through Anor Londo. But for now, oh no, I think I can avoid you. No, but I can't avoid you. Yeah, that was my fear. I should have done that as soon as he started to jump back. Yeah, we're gonna get all the items and then we'll focus on Leroy. Mr. Jenkins. Hello, giant beast, giant skeleton beast. Earlier, proof of early ancestry related to snakes and thus dragons. Oh boy. How do you... There we go. I'm wondering how... Is that a ledge? Oh, I see. It's got a little bit of an incline. Okay. Gotcha. I'm like, how are you not falling to your death? Death, glorious death. Oh my. That's not how you're supposed to roll, buy my book. Mr. Buy My Book. Supposed to go up. Oh, did you? Okay. Mate killed himself. Oh. How did I? Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Again, wandering Black Knights. You can literally find them anywhere. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going until this archer stops bugging me. Alright, that's 197. Oh, wait, I don't have my other. Well. Oh. Oh, my God. Stop hugging the wall. Get over here. Go on. Woo! Alright, Black Knight, you done? There we go. Alright, Black Knight's dealt with. Are there any other enemies that are coming charging at me I should know about? No? Figured out how to deal with the aiming problem. Redirect myself so I'm in a better position. What a novel concept. Alright, so no more archer. Hitting the edge of the Izalith stuff. We go down this way. And we find the effigy shield. Now, the term effigy here means a wicked or false god. So the idea is that this depicts one of the gods of the wicked or false faith, otherwise known as the heathens, or as the localization puts it, the occult. Now the idea is that we essentially had a gang of heathens who plotted to take power from Nito. We will expand on that shortly, but the idea being that they tried to steal power from Nito, and well, they ended up exhausted. They ended up using all their strength. They did everything they could, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Nito and his forces prevailed. And all of it was part of this plan to try to destroy the gods. Now, again, I talked about the idea of how we see the occult, the heathens, are essentially pushed out of mainstream society. Urban cities don't accept them. They're essentially all by their lonesome, left in the remote forest where they can gather together in like small little tribes and perform their strange arts. That this causes their memory of the dark to get twisted and forgotten into these false faiths. There's nothing to substantiate their religious beliefs, but it's how they continue to preserve memory of the dark. Gosh, I can't remember the exact route to get to that bonfire. It's not just like here, right? Is it an illusory wall? I don't think so, but it might be over here, and I'm misremembering the exact spot of the ladder. Oh, darn. Oh, of course. You died first, bud. That's all that matters. Oh, okay, this is a moment where we pop some humanity. I only got twin humanity. That's a yikes. That's a yikes, but it is what it is. Yeah, second Halberd Knight. 1,500 souls is such a troll for how troublesome these guys are. I'd much rather kill the Forest Guardians. What's the original Japanese name for Grant? It's Grant. Yeah, it literally is Grant. You know, like grant, bestow, bless, you know, the idea like, you know, I grant a blessing or something to you. So yeah. Similar to how Sanctus is, of course, another foreign language. In this case, I think it's Latin, if I recall correctly, for holy. Time to kindle a bonfire, lol. I didn't find out it was a light until my third playthrough. I have fond memories using the lava from the Izalith to illuminate enemy silhouettes. Quite the experience. Yeah, I don't remember exactly how to get down there. I want to say... Wait, actually, did one of you guys mention it? Nope, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's somewhere around here, I think. God. Oh, no. Oh, boy. These doggos. Yeah, it might be time to circle back. There's a part where I should drop down, though, right? Gosh, it's been so long since I've been through this area. I actually don't remember which is... Oh. Well, that's not safe. That's not safe at all. Yeah, that's death. That, my friend, is death. Take a left from the ramp down and keep going left until you do a semicircle. I'll have to remember which ramp now, Ellie. We are in we're in that awkward spot where, I'm lost. I don't know how to unlost myself. Alright, so this should be fine. There we go. Alright, so that's the strat. We get behind them. Of course! Of course my shield person turns me the other way when I'm trying to lock on. Of course. Well, darn. Well, we're gonna have to save the twin humanities then for Leroy, so... Let's just go for the items. If not, I'll just come back later, and we'll just call this a bust. I really don't want to. I want to finish as much as Tomb of the Giants right now as possible, but... If I can't handle these guys, I can't handle them. Oh. Well, fine, whatever, die. There we go. Wouldn't be that bad if it wasn't for the limited mobility. That's the problem. That's the reason why they're such a pain. If I could freely move around without having to backtrack, would definitely be done with this area already, but that's the point of the game. God, stop it. Oh, there we go. maybe we can... Yeah, no. Not with... Yeah, no. Not with that frickin' archer there. That's gonna be... That's too tight. That's too tight of a window for me. I gotta deal with that and the limited movement. Oh, boy. Let's go this way and up. Oh, of course. Yeah, this might just be above my pay grade. It sucks, but that just might be how it is. Let's try one more time. The one with the archer and the two dogs where the Black Knight used to be. See, the thing was, Ellie, we didn't get to see where the Black Knight used to be because the Black Knight just kind of ran forward on his own. But yeah, the archer I know. The two dogs. But... Nope, nope. There we go. Okay, so there's the kick. So I do have the kick. It's just on my R1 on my... Actually, I think that's the kick for everyone. So yeah, I'm just remembering what the kick was then. Alright. There we go. Oh. Perfect. Alright, so we go down this ramp. Go this way. No, the semicircle you said, right? Hit left. So we go left, left. Oh boy, but that's a little too left for my tastes. So let's see. Take a left from the ramp down and keep going left until you do a semicircle. The one with the archer and the two dogs. The platform has a ramp. Okay, yeah, so we do this and we go left. And then we do left down, huh? Oh, there, you're right, you're right. This is the semicircle. Alright, oh. Better rest. Alright, let's see what we can do from here. Chunks. Ah, yes. 3 of you. Truly a night to remember. Okay, so this doesn't seem so bad, though. We can, What? Oh. You're all stupid. Okay. Huh. Well, you keep on doing you. Alright, so we can have our direct path to Leroy from here. Okay, yeah, so we can do Leroy this run. Let's just try to get the last item. God, this is gonna be awkward. Yep, that was awkward, alright. Frickin' beast! Let me hit your frickin' more advanced cousin. Ah! Damn dog. I think it's the platform up here. Oh. I want to say it's somewhere up here. Oh. That's gonna hurt. That was I couldn't even see anything type of situation. Isn't the Seath the weakest of the four? Yeah, Rico, I'm not even facing any of the bosses. The bosses aren't even unlocked yet. Don't worry. This is just for me. This is just me exploring for my own amusement while giving you guys some of the lore early on this place. That's all this is. Of course. I love it when you get stunned when you get hit by two R2s one time, but then don't the next. I mean lore-wise. Of the four, okay, so lore-wise you're talking about, not about the boss battles. Okay, so in terms of lore, Seath is, I'd probably say Four Kings are probably the weakest, to be honest. Because they were by their nature weak men. In terms of their hearts. The only reason they have any notability is because they have a shard of a piece of Gwyn's Lord Soul, which, again, we don't see them make use of in any fashion, much like Seath, but the general idea being is that all their power comes from their humanity. And even that isn't saying much. So yeah, I think Four Kings would definitely be the weakest of the bunch. Because even if you account for the shard that Lord Soul they have, it's the smallest of all the shards, so. This is a nightmare! Okay, I think we just do Leroy. We get our souls, we come back, we do Leroy, we're done. I don't care about the item anymore. As much as I want to get it this run, I can't find it on my own, and oh. Oh gosh. My souls are over there, damn it. It might be down here somewhere, if I'm recalling. But I don't want to risk it. I'm back. Did you really make a Divine Reinforced Club? Yeah, I did that way few episodes ago, Dandra. Oh, no. There we go, we're out of here. I might be able to deal with this guy now. I want to roll. Oh. This is gonna kill me. Whoop. I love how that definitely worked on you though. Plunging attack, 2 OP. Gonna get down here. I'll deal with you like I did with your brother. Oh. There we go. Killing these guys might give me more room to actually figure out where the hell I am in relation to the item. I know it's somewhere around here. Go on. Go on. Oh. Whoa! Listen, that was all you. Don't look at me. Oh, there's 4 of you, I thought. Get over here. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, okay. Where the hell are you? Are you still coming up? Oh, you're still coming up. That's why. Okay. Round 2. There we go. And dead. Woo! You claimed on your website that Artorias had an unbendable duel. Do we have a source for that, by the way? Yes, I think it's his ring, if I recall correctly. Though again, when you have, like, again, with this idea of an unbendable will of steel and things like this, you should keep in mind that, obviously, we have to account in terms of descriptions for exaggeration, hyperbole, things of that nature, right? The point being made is that he had an incredibly strong will. This is the general idea. Not that, oh, well, it would never break under any circumstances whatsoever. Like, obviously, you can always find those little exceptions or loopholes in anything. As I point out in Abyssal Archive, when we hear the evil villain go, "You ruined everything!" we don't think he means all damn things in creation. We understand from the context that he's referring to his vile, notorious, evil plans. So therefore, again, always apply common sense. Which seems to be neither common nor sensible these days. What item are they looking for? Are they looking for the ember? I am looking for, I already have the ember. I'm looking for the covetous silver serpent ring. I know it's around here somewhere, but I don't want to just randomly keep dropping and dying looking for the proper drop point. And I can't remember if it's, like, higher up or not. And then once that's done, we'll just do Leroy and be done with it. Come on! Come on! Ooh. Oh, there it is. There's the item. Okay. Okay. Any doggies to get in my way? No? Alright. Perfect. There we go. So I just gotta... Remember, gotta go over there. So I can drop down from there. Okay. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. So I want to go up and around. darn. Can't find the right spot from up there. Okay. So it's where this is. Oh. Of course. Darn. Darn. Messed it up at the end, chat. Oh well. That's the way it goes. Okay. I mean, you won't stop me. I will. Yeah, so we need to go a little further. So it's around there. Oh. That's not what you did last time. That's not what you did last time at all. What the hell? Inconsistency is the thing I find most frustrating. So, this ticks me off just a little bit. You need to level up, Loki. I'll level up once I have enough souls. And I would once I get through the area up ahead, so. There we go. Oh my, I see what the problem is. Okay. That's yeah, that's a frustrating tidbit. That thing doesn't curve right. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not the... Oh, dang it. Just slightly off. It's a little bit more to the left. That's fine, we'll reset. Rut leveling is for cowards. You need to de-level Loki. It's the only way to assert dominance. I gotta do T-posing Gwyn in the Age of Fire comics. Assert my dominance by... Oh, thank you. Oh, oh shit. Oh, nope. That's not how you do things. Alright, so now we know we gotta do this, then curve. Nice. About here. I missed it! No! I was a little off. Okay, so need to go even more left. Like, basically behind the archer, almost. Okay. 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 Oh, nice. Thank you. Oh. So basically where that goes. Oh. Perfect. There we go. Ay. So as we were talking about earlier, there was the idea that there was a plot by heathens in order to try to bring the power of Nito, take it for themselves and use it to kill the gods. What sort of power was this? It can't be the secret rite of kindling, could it? Well, maybe. You could theoretically kill the gods if you had more Estus to heal and stuff, but there's no necessary indication that these heathens were undead. Oopsie. I can't believe a giant beast followed us. That is so dumb. But whatever. Fine. Fine. If I lose my souls, it's because of that awful aggro radius. Oh. There we go. Anyway, as I was saying, we can see how there was a plot by a bunch of heathens. They came together and said, you know what? We're gonna take power from Nito and kill the gods. Was this the secret rite of kindling? Well, that seems unlikely considering it's the secret rite and something that's being traded among the church. So the fact that they would even know about that would be strange in and of itself. I mean, there are a bunch of heathens living in forests and the like. Yeah, you do that. I would prefer if you died while you did that, too. So, well, that's not unlikely. Well, the only other power that Nito has is his actual power of his soul, his Lord Soul, the Death Soul, that he's used to create this kingdom of death. So then, is that what they're after? Well, as we can see, Nito is once again similar to the Cleric Outpost. Oh, very paranoid about, that corpse in particular. So what's the big idea? Oh. Is this the... No, this isn't the way. As we will see right now, that ring is very special. Nope, it's above. It's above. Gosh, I'm tricking myself to going through this place. Oh. Gotta hurry before the beasts show up. There we go. Oh boy. Oh. Wrong way. Oh. Yep, wrong way. Loki running around the item tempting fate again while they exposit is anxiety-inducing. Tempting fate while I do my lore exposition. Yep, that's me, alright. Alright. Okay, there we go. I know where I'm going. Here and around. Okay. We level vitality. There. And we're also going to now put ourselves in human form. So that way we can deal with Leroy. Hopefully we kill him the first time. Access bottomless box. Do we want anything specific for this fight? No, we're good. So that just leaves... That just leaves going into human form. I love getting this ring at the start of a playthrough. Yeah, it's really nice. Loki soul level 1 run soon, I hear. No, no, no! Are you looking for a specific... Yeah, okay, we got the ledge I want, right? Okay. Now, let's talk about the ring. Because this is my favorite ring, and we're replacing Evil Eye. See ya, Evil Eye. I've got... Now Serpent ring is my new favorite dark ring. Okay. As we can see, there's the idea that the Serpent is a quote-unquote imperfect dragon. Now, the Japanese here means something like a failure. The term in the first game is Deki Sokonai, though in later games it will be Nari Sokonai, and we'll see how that, we'll hear this term Nari Sokonai again when we get back into Izalith. But for now, the idea is that it's a failure of a dragon, essentially, right? Like, it's no good. It doesn't quite attain the level of the original dragons, right? Even wyverns have a little bit of dragon power, as we see if we get Hellkite's weapon. But this guy here, this snake here, snake doesn't got any of that. That's the point where the draconic power is more or less gone. That rock element is out of the picture. As we can see, there's the idea that it's a greedy creature. They say gluttony here, but it's more like greed again. The idea that it's a very covetous, snake that tries to eat everything into one bite. Again, they associate with gluttony, but the general idea that Japanese get across is greed. And we, of course, see snakes associated with greed, much like undead are associated with greed. And that's why it's a symbol of the undead. And we also, of course, see the idea of humans in general, not just the undead, are associated with greed, and, of course, with the primordial serpents and stuff and their allegiance to the dark and all that. So it's all sort of blending together. But again, we get this idea, of course, well, if we see that giants have a serpent ancestor, and this serpent ancestor is, of course, related to dragons, much like we see with the lake beast demonstrated by it, beast, despite being a snake, it's a giant snake, multi-headed snake, and apparently it's still close enough to have at least a few stone scales of a dragon. Well, that tells us then that the giant skeletons we see in this ancestral graveyard here are in fact related to dragons. So again, this makes sense. Again, think about when the world began. What was it? It was all rock, all one element. There were no differences at that point. But what was the form the world took? It had the form of just the Great Crags, with a foundation for the world to exist upon, for reality to be a thing. There were the everlasting archdragons, the, again, fauna, and there were the archtrees, flora. So basically, we had the building blocks for the world we see today, flora, fauna, and a foundation for which they could thrive upon. So with the advent of disparity, adding things like emotion, sex drives, desires, things of that nature, and causing the archdragons to start breeding, creating new archdragons with varying affinities slowly, as we see with Seath, Calamite, etc. sometimes, and then occasionally those disparities getting even larger with whoopsie. I gotta go to human form again. This is why I shouldn't tempt fate with my running. Then with larger disparities, such again like the wyverns, or even more so with the lake beasts. Alright guys, we have one shot at this. I wasted my extra. French enemy with evil eye, Silver Serpent is my new best friend, yep. We have this idea then that all creatures in creation ultimately descend from a draconic ancestor. That the archdragons were the original fauna, much like how we see with the modern trees in Lordran come from the archtrees. And therefore, what happens if those trees in Lordran spread out even farther? Well, they're going to spread new trees, and those trees are going to get even further away from the source, because as time progresses, disparity becomes more and more infesting. Now, we see how fire is very ineffective against rock. Again, see Havel's equipment and stuff like that. But again, it still has an effect, and slowly, it just has to slowly work its way, that power of disparity, that power of fire, into the universe, that rock world, and eventually it shall become what we see with creatures of flesh. So again, we basically are given here in the Tomb of the Giants, although it's not a very detailed area as some of the others we get, we essentially get a very important lore point on the evolution of the world. Where did the giants come from? Well, they came from serpents, which came from dragons. Okay, well, then where did the other bipedal races like the giants come from? Well, maybe they all came from giants in the same way, or from a similar snake ancestor. Again, it explains stuff like, say, Frampt. Frampt has some Frampt and Koth have very humanoid traits, these world serpents. So we can kind of get the idea that despite being snakes, they can have evolutionary traits similar to what we see in the bipedal creatures. Again, all this kind of giving us the idea that all animals, all plants come from the archdragons and the archtrees. So, yep, that's a cool little thing to talk about. Again, in Abyssal Archive, I go over it more, hopefully in a more organized manner that you guys can enjoy if you found that explanation or talk not sufficient. But until then, we shall continue with the lore play. Give up! Give up, I say! Okay. Let's see if, let's see what damage, Leroy's weak to. Probably not holy, I'm just gonna say. As we can see here, we see the lower world from the cinematic. The idea of the trees holding up the entire, holding up the entire planet. Or I guess I should say the Earth's crust, as it were, rather than the planet itself, obviously. We can see how the land below, of course, also exists. But again, you can kind of see the idea that it creates this network of roots among the rock to help hold everything up. We can see how Nito's domain here is had through a opening. Again, notice how the unnatural darkness shrouds this land. And after that, we are into the normal, regular light areas. So again, like, it only goes and covers that Tomb of the Giants, the graveyard. From these arch trees, we could, of course, see a lake. We cannot actually see the Tomb of the Giants from Ash Lake, however, when we go down there, in the same way that we can't see the hole to the Tomb of the Giants from the... Oh, look at that broken light texture. Whoopsie. We can't see the hole to the Tomb of the Giants from Izalith. Miyazaki has a vision, and he doesn't want that to be ruined. I don't think Leroy's gonna invade until you place the Lord Vessel. Oh, he doesn't? Okay. Then I guess we'll just look at this. Sealed by the Great Lord's power. Now, again, notice this. The idea that this seal is using the power of the Great Lord. It doesn't say it was sealed by the Great Lord. Why do I make this seemingly pointless distinction? Because the game makes a very important distinction between this. This wasn't necessarily Gwyn who created these seals and set up these barriers. Again, as we can see, these barriers do not actually stop Nito, Seath, or Izalith from doing whatever it is they want to do. They can get through the barriers in and out just fine. As we see with the Coffin in Nito's case, how Giant takes our Coffin and brings him into his domain. This does not stop us. This barrier only serves to keep us, the player, or the hero, the undead, from progressing on forward. It delays our path, even if we were to find an alternate route inside, like how the others seem to have their routes. We cannot make ourselves get through. It is in order to make sure that we do not continue, we do not kill these, those who are appointed for death too early. Now again, you might say, well, couldn't Gwyn have done that? Oh yeah, it's possible. But again, we will see, especially in, with New Game Plus and stuff, how there's a lot of point about how Gwyn handed out, he had a big clan. His tribe were many. There were many gods and medials with whom Gwyn could hand out his power, and he handed out a lot of that power. So therefore, it's quite possible that virtually any god could have theoretically had the power to erect these seals. We'll talk about that more when we get to Anor Londo and the larger plan currently at work. Darn it! No Leroy until we open the way. Darn. Oh well, at least we got the ring. That's all that matters. I got my easy souls ring. The farming may commence. Let's see if we can go all the way back now. I'm expecting to die, Smile. Oh boy. You could beat them as the first boss of the game. Yeah, we're probably gonna do that. We're probably gonna fight Nito first, because we'll be so much stronger. We can deal with these stupid beasts better. Oh, right. Alright, there's something back here, huh? Right, there's another one. That's gonna be a bit of a... Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. The others, no one cares. This guy, ooh. That one I'm gonna have to dodge roll perfectly. And hopefully survive. This view is a fabrication, which is funny to think about. You can see Izalith from the hollow for any, you can't see Izalith or the hollow from any other points. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Miyazaki and From Software get very creative when it comes to underground areas. Like, again, I talked about this in a previous stream. Technically, New Londo is overlaps with the Tomb of the Giants. Like, they're literally, like, overlapping on top of each other in map data and stuff like that. So, again, like, there is a soft lore explanation for the idea that they're close to each other, but the idea that they overlap like this is obviously nonsensical. So, again, underground, the developers get creative, and the cracks begin to show. Huh, we actually made it through here in one piece. Mostly. Oh, we also have that to get, so. Let's rest here before the big boys get us. 4K not protected because they're from the abyss. 4K not protected because they were already sealed when the barriers went up. And that should give you an idea that the barriers were not as up as early as some people might think. Oh, yeah, so what's the significance then the four kings are not protected by the Lord's power? Yeah, because they're already sealed. You beat them as the first... Oh, that you were asking about them as the first boss, not about Nito. Whoopsie, I was misreading. See, this is the problem when I check from the bottom up instead of the bottom, top down. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to go all up and around and then through again. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Oh. I might die. Oh. Oh my. That sucks! I'm so bad. There. ay. Did you deal with the big boys in the mating? Yeah, we already saved Rhea. There's an arrow inside you, just saying. Listen, I got better. Anything else? Anything else here? Nope. Not there. Actually, I guess we could go here and maybe drop back down. Or I could be wrong, and that could just be death. Again, we can see the coffins, how they stack and things like that. Varying sizes for giants. Where are you? Oh. Okay, that hit. Whatever. Yeah, that got you back together real quick, huh, bud? Oh, this might force my death. Whoa. Oh, no! No! I have to go back up! No! Oh, well, at least the enemies are dead. Let's just not mess this up now. Ah! Loki torturing himself entering the tombs just before getting Lord Vessel. He just liked to suffer for us. Clearly, I'm the masochist here. I do say so on my website, you have to be a masochist to play these games, so clearly I'm just addicted to torture. Go through the Tomb of the Giants, can't even fight, Mr. Jenkins, darn. Oh well, that does make sense from the lore perspective. I probably even included that in my book, but I am too stupid to remember. That said, I will say I am impressed that my goldfish brain has been remembering stuff as much as I have over the throughout this entire endeavor. I've been mostly pretty much going from memory on a lot of things, and my memory has somehow held out. I am super surprised. Oh my, no. Darn! Oh my god, that was mostly because my freaking dodge roll didn't let me move the way I wanted. I was like, let me dodge roll to the left. This is where a remaster having 8-way rolling would be pretty nice. I can just do it instead of being locked to these 4 directions, but darn. I never really understand when the game expects us wants you to go through the catacombs and rescue Rhea. It seems like when Petrus comes back, but Tomb of the Giants is so tough. Well, that's kind of the point, right? You're supposed to try to persevere through the tomb. Like, they even have it where you can use the prism stones before you get a skull lantern. So, like, yeah. That's literally the idea. Just suffer through an area you obviously shouldn't be at this early to save her. Because you're a hero! No. There we go. Oh my. Yeah, go down there. Nice. Ay, ay, ay. All this for an item I'm probably gonna be like, that's it? That's all? But I want my souls back, and that's what matters. Oh. Of course I'm just out of range. There we go. please. For the sake of all that is holy. Die down there. Woo! We go up and around! And here! And there's another one, right? Yeah, there you are. There you are. There we go. You're dealt with. We don't have to deal with the giant over there, I don't think. Yeah, I think as long as we don't go that direction. Yeah, we go this way. Woo! Okay, there we go. All for humanity! Yeah! Yeah. Hey guys, I can be human one more time and try Leroy. Maybe it just requires you to be in human form several times. Oh, you. Oh my. Thank you. Oh. What? Oh. Oh my gosh, you guys can just kill yourself. I can't believe I lived. I'll be honest, that was the well. Well, that's one strategy. Okay, guys, so how long do you think I can last? How long do you think I can last with this much HP against bone wheels? I think it's time I use this humanity. I got that feeling. I got that feeling. Oh, boy. The journey out. At least we have a shield. Alright, we've climbed out of hell. I think. Question mark. There we go. Alright. Let's not risk it. Let's play this safe. Come on. Thank you. But again, gotta be careful. That damage is not to be trifled with. Took me years to figure out there was an actual path out of here. Ah. Whew, just in time. All right. Of course. Oh. Again, that was a little bit of damage, but it was worth it to get rid of that guy. Alright. Any more? Any more bone wheels I should be aware of? I see at least one of you. Is that it? Before we accidentally kill Vamos with you. There we go.
Why, you have an ember, do you? Forget about it. I don't deal with that kind. What has gone wrong with embers these days?
So again, Vamos will call us a youngster and will complain. You know, he'll act like your stereotypical old man, both in behavior when it comes to being like, you know, embers these days, they don't make them like they used to. So the point is that no matter what ember we give him, crystal ember, high quality, regular ember, any ember other than fire, he's like, they're not as good as these days. Now it tells us the idea that fire embers predate all other kinds of embers. The idea of a weapon that's of course so strong that it will even infuse that power with flame. All Vamos wants to do is create flame weapons. He's all about making the old nostalgic retro shit. And so his only interest is, hey, if you find a good fire ember, he'll take it.
I told you I have nothing to discuss. If I have anything to offer, I'd be of more help with that ember from New London, of course. It's a shame the whole place was flooded.
So you have the idea that a fire ember in New Londo. Now you could say, well, maybe this was just a mistake, right? They originally planned for the fire ember to be available in New Londo, but they moved it to Izalith, and therefore Vamos' dialogue is outdated. That is possible. However, it is worth pointing out that he is someone who's familiar with New Londo, so he's at least this old. He's been to New Londo, or at least is familiar with it from before it was flooded. And he knows that the ember is there, telling us he may have, again, had personal experience with that. Again, like I said, you don't find the fire ember in New Londo, you find it in Izalith. This, of course, though, could tell us a lot about Vamos' identity. We'll talk about that more in the future,
I
though.
told you, if I haven't, speaking honestly, I must say that I'm at my very limit. There's no more work to be done. Unless I have the flame of that legendary witch. But that will require a visit to Lost Izalith. Impossible.
So again, now he's talking about the Chaos Flame. He's like, if I had the Chaos Flame to work with, that'd be great. I can make some new weapons in that regard. So again, we have the idea that he wants embers that, again, fire embers being the original embers, the embers that predate all other embers. It gives us the idea that fire weapons were the first weapons that were actually created before, again, even sunlight weapons. Vamos, how old are you that you know how to work fire weapons? You're familiar with New Londo even before it was flooded, and you of course know about Izalith, the legendary witch. Though apparently you've never seen her ember yourself. You're just familiar with it in passing. You've never been to Izalith. Curious, most curious. This. Oh, there we go. Bone Wheel's the most unproblematic enemy in Dark Souls 1. Okay, weird idea, but maybe Blue Ring might help you get out of here. Is there a lore reason for why Vamos' voice lines are clipping? Because apparently when they called in his actor, it was at somewhere else than the normal booth. Because, oh god, is that so awful. Maybe he got COVID and he had to do it from home. Oh gosh. How awful. Fire shield! No.
I've told you.
Yeah. Yep.
If that'll be all, you'll
Hold my focus. Now again, we'll talk about the idea of a fire ember in New Londo and how that might actually have merit to it once upon a time. Again, but that will be when we get to New Londo. And actually, that might happen sooner than you think. Actually, no. We're gonna wait till we get the Lord Vessel. We don't want to kill Ingward. Here. So you think I should get rid of my poise or my silver serpent ring, and go for frickin' blue tier to stone defense? You know, what? That might not be such a bad idea, especially if this shit's gonna happen. Where did you come from? Holy hell! There we go. They're not gonna chase me, hopefully. Honestly, as much as I'm greedy for souls, this is the right move. We need as much defense as we can muster. Oh, you're the one who came down then. It was one of you, because the other one's not here. Please don't be a skeleton ready to slice my head off as soon as I get up. Woo! You know what? Nito? Nito, you have a bonfire, right? Even if not, I'll take this. Oh. See. We could probably deal with this boy here, but rather not. Wait, we could have used the evil eye. I'm an idiot. Do I have humanity? I used it already when I started this. You know what? We're just gonna go here. This is gonna take too long. I don't think the bonfire is even available yet, so yeah. Pretty sure it's not. Yeah, we're gonna just use evil eye, yeah. We're gonna just slowly move my way up. Poise is bad for bone wheels. Don't you I don't have any humanity healed, no. It would be already on my hotbar. I used the one I had. I'm out of humanity. Oh no. Oh no is right. Come on. Alright. I don't see the skellies. Come on. Come on. Oh no. Ah! No! Whoop. Whoop. Rest, rest, rest. Rest. Oh! Okay. Alright. Come on. Let me rest! Let me rest! Oh. Okay, let me rest! Let me rest! Ah, yeah! Alright. Damage! We made it, chat! We made it out of that hell! I read many of your lore posts, by the way. Didn't know you had a YouTube channel. No, I had it for a while, but I didn't use it until recent months after I lost my data, basically, so I got set back a bit. And while I was waiting to see if the data could be recovered, I said, you know what, I'll do YouTube before. I don't want to, like, restart on, like, a bunch of projects that were already, like, partially done until I know whether or not I was going to get that data back. But thankfully, most of them were early enough that I would, didn't really mean that much if I lost them. The only thing of significance I really, really lost that I regret is, my screenshots that I took for Dark Souls 3, and, yeah, not 2. 2, I already had all the ones from before then. But, the big ones I lost were, Blood's Beginning post for Bloodborne. That was, that hurt. That one hurt. I was just about to upload it to the cloud, too, the day before. I was like, tomorrow, I will upload to the cloud after I decide what to do with this last paragraph I was gonna decide on, and then, well, that's when the hard drive just said, nope, just gonna break on you. That sucked. But yeah, so I've been doing YouTube more recently, and therefore, yeah, I'm not surprised that you didn't notice Again, I didn't even really advertise it. Like, people, I don't know how I had, like, 26 or whatever subscribers beforehand. You people, I guess, you just looked at me up after watching me on, like, Sinclair Lore or something, or Acer Aesthetics, or whatever, and was like, hey, I want to subscribe to this guy on YouTube. I'll say this, I'm really grateful to you guys. I don't know what possessed you to do that for random little old me, but I appreciate it. Woo! I am leaving! I'm getting out of here. This place is hell. There we go. Ouch. Alright, Rhea. I went through the Tomb of the Giants for a very, very long time. You had to have made your way out of there in the meantime while I was dying like an idiot. I refuse to believe anything less. Safe. That sucks indeed. Yeah, it definitely sucked. Blood's Beginning was such a good post too. Like you guys don't understand. I don't think anyone in the entire community. Oh, darn. I don't think anyone in the community had ever made something so in depth on the cosmology of Bloodborne. Seriously, it was definitely a thing I was proud of. But I'm sad that I didn't upload sooner. But it just took so long to work through and get that thing to a draft I was happy with. But now we have the Discord server, and thanks to the Discord server, I can now regularly upload the stuff I work on there, so that way you guys will definitely have a copy, even in the case that I do lose mine again. So between that, more cloud saving, and things like that nature, I should never have this situation happen again. I just never imagined hard drives could go bad. See, I thought hard drives were like SSDs, so like you just, it's all digital. But I then learned hard drives are record players, and I'm just like, why? Why do you even make hard drives anymore? Like, why? I was so confused by this analog method that we're still doing on our computers. If I knew that, I would have gotten it when I had my OS upgraded earlier this year. And I lost my data then, too, but I obviously had backups there. But that was that's a story of its own, honestly. Alright, fine. There, happy? I moved my checkpoint. You happy now, Skelly Bros? Oh, oopsie. Go this way, that way. Woo! Oh, darn it! I made the same mistake. The problem is they have collision up until they finish their death animation. That sucks. Okay. We can make this work, chat. I guess I'll just slowly kill everyone just to make sure I'm not being followed. Let's do this. I just want to be out of here! Oh my. Yeah. No one cares. Sorry, buddies. I know, it sucks. Pinwheel made your life miserable, but you know what? I'm miserable right now. And isn't that really what matters? Yep. Yep. Oh, okay. Right, you already fell, so... Alright. We did Hydra. We did Tomb of the Giants to save Rhea. We did as much of Tomb of the Giants as we could possibly do. Hey, grudges. You should really get that resentment checked out. Doesn't seem to be good for your health. Anyway, what else have we not done? We could go back to Blighttown. No. We're not... I am never getting that eastern stuff on that left side of Blighttown. It's like, oh no. Actually, we could do that, then go to Izalith and try going for Demon Fire Sage. But you know what? I'd rather fight Stray Demon first. So let's do Stray Demon. Alrighty. We can get rid of this. Get rid of this. We don't have a bonfire here, so we'll want to go to Andre first. Which is fine, because we'll do this on the way.
Oh, it's you. You rescued milady.
Yep.
Well, a pity that is, for it will amount to nothing. For the little madam is not worth her salt without her family name.
Be more transparent, why don't you? Now again,
Come again.
Petrus was sending us down there after we bought the tip from Lautrec, and Lautrec passed the job on to us, so he wants us to kill Rhea. When we went down there, we instead saved her, and he's like, well, you know what? That's not going to change anything, because you know what? She can't do anything anyway, so I can just kill her. Now, if you don't read between the lines and realize that, you'll just continue onward and let her get killed by Petrus. We will know, of course, that Petrus is the one who does it, because besides the fact that he basically admits to doing it when we attack him after the deed is done, he will also carry a pendant, which we would also be able to acquire from Rhea if we kill her. Now, the pendant, as I talked about before, is the idea of a loved one giving you something. It reminds you of home, because again, those in the Way of White think that they will, the Way of White undead clerics think that they will be able to return home if they complete their mission. So there's obvious reasons for Rhea, who comes from a notable family, and also mentions her father when she is killed and stuff like that. She is that's considering that's where her thoughts go to. She's someone who has a family that has a lot of expectations of her, who she dearly cares about, and who she wants to return to and make happy as soon as possible. Now, as we can see here, baby Guinevere here in the Queen's arms is being worshipped by Rhea. Again, makes sense, because Guinevere is a popular goddess loved by many, though there may be more to it than just that. We will talk about that when we get to Anor Londo. But suffice to say that Rhea here is, as a member of the Way of White, is one of the people who would, of course, show their respects to Guinevere. Everybody loves Guinevere. I bet you even firstborn worshippers love Guinevere.
Hello. I will never forget what you did. I am deeply indebted, for it was not within my power to save Vince or
Hey, Karen, welcome in.
I cannot thank you enough. In case you have not heard, I am Rhea of Thoroland.
Are you gonna join the Cat Covenant and kill the traitor for Dark Wood Grain Ring? No, we're gonna join the Cat Covenant probably last. I want to go through Gwendolyn and Guinevere's covenants first, because the moment you piss off Alvina, she's like, oh my god, you betrayed the family. We're gonna make sure you're hunted down and never forgiven. And I don't want to pay an indulgence to Oswald just to make that all right. Welcome on in, though. Now let's see.
Would a miracle be of any help to you? I would be most pleased if that was so. May we discuss miracles then?
Alright, so she'll share the stories of the gods. Prayer! You can get this if you are a priest or a knight, but we are neither of those things. We are a lowly thief. But we have found God and prayer. Purchase item. Divine Blessings. So again, Divine Blessings, or as they were actually accurately called in the beginning of the game during character creation, Blessings of the Goddess. So again, these are specifically associated with Guinevere. The idea being is that, of course, Guinevere is a goddess who is a goddess of bounty and fertility, or good harvest and grace. So the idea is when they say fertility, they mean in terms of harvest, not in terms of childbirth or anything like that. Though Dark Souls 3 would want to beg to differ, probably. And bounty, of course, refers to the idea of grace, blessings of the goddess. This is an example of this. She hands out these holy waters that can basically heal any ailment and restore our HP and all that. So, all great. And the idea is that, of course, she's the daughter of the great King Gwyn. Cherished by all. Loved by mankind. Man loves her. Everybody loves Guinevere. Now, as we can see, Rhea can teach us Great Heal Excerpt like Petrus and stuff like that, but he can not only that, she could just teach us Great Heal. This is, again, a spell that you have to dedicate your time because it's so lengthy and hard to memorize, so it takes very few clerics, even the high-ranking clerics who are who generally learn this, actually do. Again, the idea of Great Heal Excerpt is that it's not a great miracle cast by advanced clerics. It is a generalized version of the Great Heal cast by clerics, that being Great Heal itself. The idea here tells us how dedicated to the faith Rhea really is, both in terms of her faith that required to actually cast the miracle here, and of course the time she's taken actually to memorize it. We also of course see that, unlike Petrus with the Force and all that, Rhea knows Wrath of the Gods. Again, this is the origin of Force. The idea being is that Wrath of the Gods is the original, but then it was simplified into the modern Force, which does no damage, but it's easy for most anyone to use, and the Cleric Knights just need it so they can deal with the undead hollow hordes. We will also talk more about this when we get into the Siegward quests. Again, the idea that, again, it's a long tale. Anything else worth talking about here? No, it's... Oh, right, Magic Barrier. So again, Magic Barrier. It's not the miracle of Bishop Havel the Rock. The idea is that it's a miracle that is imparted to a priest of rock-like Havel. The idea being is that... centered. Oh no, yeah, this is not the one I want to look. This is not the one I want to look at. But we get the idea that Magic Barrier is a simplified version. Again, much like here, Great Heal Excerpt. This is supposed to tell us how it is the generalized version of the miracle that Priests of Havel essentially learn. Though I think, if I recall correctly, this is the one that has a typo that makes a mistake and causes the confusion for the localization to mess it up for all the descriptions for both Magic Barrier spells. The point is, of course, is that there are Priests of Havel, much like there are priests to other gods. Priest to Velka, not bishops. High Priest of Lloyd, not High Priest of Lloyd, not High Bishop or whatever they call it. So the idea, of course, being that essentially these priests to these individual cults of gods are dedicated in that respect. Havel has his own, and it centers, of course, around his story, his battle with Seath. Dark Souls 3 ends up making this explicit, but we can kind of infer from the Great Magic Barrier's description that Seath and Havel were adversaries on the battlefield back when Havel fought alongside Gwyn as a compatriot. And in the end, he apparently lost so bad, or got him and his forces, probably who knows how many died besides when Havel survived. He basically said, okay, I'm never going to deal with this magic shit again, so he ends up putting on some rock knight armor, gets a rock shield, takes a dragon tooth as a hammer, and decides, I'm going to go and just be all rock. Can't deal with all that magic stuff. But again, the idea here is that Priests of Havel... this basically allows, the simplified version allows the Way of White to cast the same magic that these Priests of Havel are so good at, right? So they can use Great Magic Barrier, but Havel, the lesser Way of White clerics, can use the lesser Magic Barrier. This again makes sense in context of the Divine Blacksmith, the idea that the Cleric Blacksmith in Darkroot Garden and the Warrior of Havel, who again isn't the real Havel, it's just one of his many adherents, a warrior, these two would be friends because, again, the Priests of Havel and the Warriors of Havel, basically Havel's entire cult, it seems to be closely associated with the Way of White, if not has been fully incorporated into it. Though they seem to be still independent, because we never really get too much on their connections, and they seem to kind of go off on their own a lot. So, there. Dang, should I move my Discord executable to an HDD drive? I can't tell you. It's not my expertise. HDDs are still better than SSDs in some circumstances, like 24/7 use in servers. In my experience, they're much better at writing data, so cheaper, and that's nice. I see. So, like, yeah, that stuff is beyond me. That's technical stuff. That's like, it's all magic to me. 24/7 use, like what? Yeah. Running a server. Also, hey, Minty Lemon, welcome on in. Good to see you. Anyway, that was enough on Havel, but we get the idea, of course, how closely aligned Havel's cult and the Way of White are. And that's, again, gives us the idea of probably where Havel himself is, much like the other gods who left Anor Londo. Though, again, we'll talk more about that when we get to Anor Londo.
Nito were fooled by a lout named Hatches and turned into hollows. My prayers did them no good. It is my ignorance, my frailty that has sealed their fates. Perhaps Petrus realized my weakness all along, and thus made the decision to abandon me. I can hardly blame him now.
So if Patches is dead, that line gets skipped, but basically, Rhea basically feels bad for what happened, and so she thinks that, hey, you know, maybe Petrus realized how weak and I was, and how pathetic I was, how I'm responsible for all this, and so left me to die for that reason. She really, really is trying to justify what Petrus did and be like, okay, maybe he had a point. No, he didn't. He's just a coward, and he tried to have me kill you. Rhea, please no. But the other line where she's like, oh, Vince and Nico were fooled by a lout named Patches. No, that is not what actually the Japanese says. All it basically tells you is, oh, whoopsie, because of Patches, or as a result of Patches, Vince and Nico ended up becoming hollows. Rhea, as we see in her dialogue, constantly blames herself. It's her fault that this happens. And as we can see, even when Patches is absent, they're still in this situation. So it seems to be a case where Rhea either gets tricked by Patches, or she just ends up stumbling and falling in the darkness and ends up down the pit. Vince and Nico come down with her, and as a result, as we can see how things went from there. So again, it doesn't seem to be that Patches tricked them, it's more so Rhea is the one who's at the centerfold of being the one that's getting tricked, fooled, and ended up making being a burden to everybody else. So yeah, again, like I said before, you can read my post on my website on Rhea, or you could, again, buy Abyssal Archive. I go through it even in more detail there, but Rhea's questline was completely butchered in localization at pretty much every juncture. There has not been a single time where I've said, no, the localization did okay here. They always screw up something critically important in understanding how this questline is, and just makes it so much harder to understand than need be.
Could a miracle be the
Okay. Anything else we can talk to you about?
Vince and Nico were
Yeah, nothing. Again, she blames her weakness, her inability to do anything herself, basically being just a support class. And that's how we're here. How are y'all doing? I'm doing pretty okay today. I'm actually feeling really chipper for some reason. I don't know why. The girl seems like she got taught to blame herself. Again, she doesn't have this attitude before this whole incident in the Tomb of the Giant. So no, she's just very... The problem is that she's very cloistered and naive. And as a result of all that, she is not prepared for everything. And as we see from the incident that she goes through, she's sort of like, oh, this is all my fault. Like, I'm the one who's responsible for causing all of this. Maybe I suppose it depends on the oh, you guys are good. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna opt out of this conversation. I don't know any of this technical shit. Okay, so like I said, we can go to the asylum, but first we want to rest here so that way we have a bonfire in case things go wrong in my jump quest. We can also maybe level up again. Oh yeah, we can definitely level up. This should be, what, 10k? I don't think this is enough, but yeah, we need slightly more. Let's kill some snakes. I don't want to use the Proud Knight Souls because they have so many extras, and I want to save that for after we kill Stray Demon in case we have leftover. Also, I can put this back on. Woo! As we can see, Siegward has gone inside now that the gate has magically opened for him. We can see how the traps are in full force. We find guards of snakes here. We'll talk more about the snake men when we properly... Oh, it just doesn't go up again, huh? Okay. Oh, yeah. These guys, I gotta take them one at a time, or press that button to help you deal with some of them. Okay. Is this just a bleed build run? Not really. I haven't gotten that many bleeds, to be honest. Computer lore is much more complicated than DS lore. This is very true. I agree. Computer lore is beyond me. Dark Souls lore? Oh, that's a piece of cake. Computers, how do they work? Come on. Alright, that's one of you. Dang it. There we go. Backstab, always trusty. 1, 2. Yee! Alright, we got the souls we wanted. Time is convoluted overclocking. Alright. Let's do Stray Demon. Snakemen seem overtuned even for Sens. I guess they really want you to use the traps on them. Yeah, for the definitely. Because most of them you encounter in like single file, like one at a time. Besides the ranged ones, obviously the ranged, oh wait, I gotta level up. The ranged ones obviously are just doing their ranged stick. But like, the actual snakemen you have, it's clearly they're meant to be fought like one-on-one. Yeah, more damage. Because we're going into the boss fight like right after this. So we just wanna try to kill Stray Demon. Now, Stray Demon's gonna not be the most exciting fight. Maybe we'll get a few bleeds off though. I'll be honest, I don't know if my R2 is worthwhile for the bleed. I feel like if I can get it off, I might be able to bleed Stray Demon a few times, but I don't know how much it's actually dealing, so. That's, that was stupid of me. Oh, Ghost Knife. Who is the queen? Are you talking about, with the statue of Guinevere and who was the queen there? The queen's just the queen. If, obviously I go over all the characters' Abyssal Archive, but I don't find any necessary link between the queen and any other character. She seems to just be her own person, and that seems to be what makes the most sense in the context of the lore. So yeah, there we go. Queen of Anor Londo, she's her own character. Much like how the queen in Boletaria was her own character, even though she's never mentioned or seen. Just fathered Ostrava and contributed to Alon's tragedy. That was her role. Thank you, huge fan of the blog. Something Fernice. No problem. Glad I could help you with your question. Gwyn is almost a good reptile keeper. His snake men have hides and access to UBV, but it's unclear whether they have ample food and water. I rate 4 out of 10 on Gwyn's husbandry. Well, these snake men aren't related to Gwyn, though. They're related to Seath. In fact, Seath created them. And we'll talk more about that when we get into, obviously, Seath. Oh, gosh. Can I just... Oh my god, I can just dodge roll. Thank you. Back to the asylum. Again. Back to the asylum again. Yeah. Who was Sen? Sen is likely just one of the medials of Anor Londo. Again, don't know if that necessarily makes him a god or not. You can have that debate separately, but he definitely seems like he's probably just one of the medials who was in charge of the old castle, right? Maybe he was a major commander or something. Again, as I mentioned in earlier streams, the most notable thing about Sen's is his name or her name. Who don't know. Let's just say his for the sake of simplicity. But the idea with Sen is, of course, that it's the same, it's pronounced the same as the kanji for war, essentially. War, battle, etc. So, we get the idea that, obviously, a huge reference by Miyazaki, just for the sake of having the reference. Not sure if the character is any important beyond that. I mean, they've given her some huge, badonka hunkas. Looking pretty fertile to me, not gonna lie. Are you talking about Guinevere? Oh, you mean about the queen. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, as we learn as of Dark Souls 3, provided Gwyn with 3 kids, so she was fertile indeed. You mean her big old twin humanities? Again, Stray Demon and Asylum Demon's names could be, oh, darn it. Stray Demon and Asylum Demon's names could be interchangeable, since they both describe accurately the demons, kind of like the demons we fight in the DLC in Dark Souls 3. didn't roll the right way. Oh, darn. I didn't, God. Yeah, we can totally beat this boss easy. I don't even care. I gotta bleed off. Now again, you may notice that unlike the other Asylum Demon, this Stray Demon uses a long staff, maybe made of wood or stone. Attached to it is a lava rock. Well, as we see, lava, as far as we can see in this game, originates solely from Chaos in Izalith, which makes sense because this is clearly a Chaos Demon. As shown by the great hammer we can get from the Asylum Demon. Yeah, better not use the R2. Just keep smacking that booty. We also see, of course, how it uses magic. Specifically, its staff catalyst reminds us of sorcery stags. Almost as if it is a flame sorcerer. Curious, curious. Really? That's it? There we go. There we are. That's how we do it. Again, we can see how lots of bones down here showing us how many prisoners have been killed and perhaps eaten by our stray demon friend doing his prison warden duties. But that is no longer a concern. Fecund is a word you're looking for. Fecund is a brilliant word, thank you. I think Havel and Ornstein are named after composers, if I recall correctly. Michael Zaki's indeed a culture man. Rock versus Crystal. Man, I like these jiggle physics. I miss the crazy corpse physics. Rock versus Crystal. Crack versus meth. A duel for the ages. You guys are great. I love this chat. As we can see, our way to drop back down. And boom. Now we can use that, those, souls here. Get ourselves 2 level ups out of it. Okay, that was super quick, so yeah. I think we're definitely gonna go down back to Izalith. Get Quelana to chat with us. Will I be able to... Darn! Need some more souls. Need 8k more. Okay, guys. Time to farm all our way down to Izalith and get some souls. That hole's gonna kill me. Get over here. Add some blood. Well, if you were alive before, you're not now. Yeah, this is just a message. Is Havel a god? I thought he was a medial. Medial is my term for the race of the gods. Whether or not he is a god himself, well, he gets worshipped like a god, so we can infer that, again, if he has a bunch of cult of worshippers with priests like other gods, then yeah, he probably can be considered one of the gods. Similar to how it's not explicitly stated that Quelana and the Witches of Chaos are gods, though you can easily infer it from the pyromancy religion and everything about that, and obviously it's confirmed in Dark Souls 3 explicitly outright. Yeah, medial, probably a Silver Knight. Yeah, that's my exact take. Again, the idea that was Havel, again, this goes to the question of, are the Silver Knights themselves gods, right? Because it says the gods abandoned Anor Londo, but the Silver Knights are still remain there, and obviously, stuff like that. So is it like a Gwendolyn situation where they're excluding that? They're just talking about, you know, the gods in general, not necessarily all of them. Or is it, say, a case of where knights aren't necessarily gods until they get their own cult following? In that case, we have to question then, do Artorias or Ornstein have their own cult following? Because we don't ever see that, but they're obviously very famous and popular. Ornstein has a lot of visitors to his grave from the ruins. But again, these are all little questions that you can sort of debate among yourselves. I don't really have a strong position on it either way. The way I see it, the game gives us, it's never really too relevant to determine, if I should say that. Like, it doesn't really affect anything else no matter how you look at it. So is Havel a god? Probably. Does that mean that, was he always a god? Maybe? Maybe not. Again, if you guys have, like, super crazy strong arguments for why, yes, they must be one or the other, I'll always, of course, listen. But as far as I've seen exploring these games, I've never been like, ah, yes, Shira is definitely a god, right? Like, stuff like that, I've never had to, like, be like, okay, yeah, this is where the scales have tipped. So yeah, again... Ooh, doggy came in. Oh, he just wants my bed. He's just like, let me stretch and then I'll jump on your bed. You're not going to use it, clearly. Okay, my dog. Yeah, I'm back. I am. Of course, I would never forget you.
We have water, moss, moisture, these nice iron bars.
Yeah, nice and safe.
Nothing good ever happened to me in life.
Uh-huh.
And now that I'm dead, I've never been happier.
Yep.
Areas of this town, you'll find all kinds of poison and pestilence. You can't travel stones tops without some trusty moss. Make sure you take plenty with you.
Again, trying to prepare us for Blighttown. Also, to a lesser extent, maybe the depths. Though I think her dialogue is actually talking specifically about Blighttown, not the depths. I have to double check if it's actually like this lower part of town, or the town down below, or the village down below. I can't remember her dialogue off the top of my head that well.
Tell me honestly that I've cracked my head and gone on.
Yeah, I think you're crazy.
You do, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. You trust a batch of nonsense.
Again, she's taken the moss balls that... Again, they're called moss clumps, but as I talked about in my recent updates to my website, I don't really talk about this in the website because these moss clumps are never lore relevant, but these seem to grow out of Darkroot Garden, as we see. Various enemies there, like the trees, have that. And the idea is being that we can also find it growing here, of course, in a dark, low-light aqueduct connected to the sewers, so... She takes all that stuff along with the shit. And, well, we know how that works. Anything I want from you? Oh, you have humanity, but it's expensive, so no.
One day your fate will catch up with you. I have a sense for these things. The gods above are watching.
Again, giving us the idea how the gods have sort of spun the narrative, so that despite the fact that, as we see throughout the games, the gods are no less mortal than the rest of us, they just have incredible power with the souls they've collected and spread through the lords. Despite that, they've been able to kind of make men think of them the way we would think of, say, God in the Christian, Judeo-Christian sense of, you know, he's always watching, has omniscience, is able to do basically anything, influence the will of fates of men and all that. All these things that are clearly bogus, as we can see, never demonstrable. And it sort of gives you the idea of how much the gods have influenced the world of man. Are there still Silver Knights in Anor Londo after Gwyn curses you? I guess we'll get to it. Yeah, makes you think. Let's see. Maybe Nito was Havel all along. No, Nito's just Havel's friend. In fact, that's the joke, right? Havel was a Silver Knight, who was atypical among Silver Knights because he doesn't have that swift, elegant fighting style, right? He's big, heavy, has a hammer, lugged. And then Nito is another quote-unquote heretic among the Silver Knights, who again uses big, heavy hammer, doesn't even have holy element attached to it. And so he and Havel make best buds. And Havel even teaches him how to do that rock skill that Nito's hammer does, so... Again, you get the idea of how Dark Souls 3 is very much tries to make lore in Dark Souls 1 more obvious. Sometimes in subtle ways, sometimes in just straight up, I'm telling you this is the lore from the last game that you didn't pick up on through the subtle visual context clues. Miyazaki, I get the feeling that Miyazaki's being a little passive-aggressive with his fan base after Dark Souls 1. You didn't get it the first time! Come on, get me to that 18k. Oh. Woo! We'll go this way, actually. Alright. I pray I don't do something stupid, like die. That's really hard for me, though, so we'll see. Woo! How on Nito at the Misfit table when the Silver Knights are in the mess hall? They're at the they're at like the dining hall in the palace, having their banquet after a battle with the dragons. Putting up the heads on the walls, right? And like, yeah, then like the little like tiny table on the side for Havel and Nito. Silver Knights are like, you don't sit with us. Though, as we can see, Havel obviously had quite a respect and sway among Gwyn for fighting alongside him and things like that. Obviously, we'll talk more about Havel and the situation he's in when we get to Anor Londo. But lots of cool lore. Oh, got it. There we go. Nice, I can bleed you. Okay, I like it. Whoever said, is this a bleed build? I can now officially say yes. Ever since you said that, all I've been doing is getting bleeds. So, like, I love you. Oh. Nice. Alright, so they're coming up. Get over here. Get over here, dumbass. Almost. We got rid of dude that blow darts us, right? Or is he still there? Does he respawn? I don't see him, and I haven't noticed him, so I'm gonna assume he's not here. Come on. Oh. That's awkward. We'll do this. You have poise! There we go. I'll be honest, the added defense from this armor feels so nice, though. We can ignore these guys for now, at least. Again, hollows, but they don't have the vein hearts. That is not a necessity, as Dark Souls 2 makes abundantly clear. Just gives us the idea that the dark side of our curse can cause roots to grow from within our hearts. Broken straight sword. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Alright, chat. I got 18k souls on the line. Can I climb back up here? That's an obvious death point. I don't think I can. No, okay, I can. So I can climb up through here. But where do I go from here? Here's the pop, bro. Here's the ladder. Okay, so I can climb there. Okay. Okay, I know what I'm doing now. Perfect. We're gonna rest here. Oh, thank you. Level up! Strength. Alright, guys, we're actually getting that frickin' Easterner stuff this stream. I can't believe it. Apparently you can use Undead Rapport on the Blow Dark guys, and I want to try it now. Can't wait for the... Wow, I feel honored. Can't wait for the bleeds to stop and them get blamed for that too, lol! The bleeds did suspiciously stop around the time the message happened, huh? Anyway, easy jump, easy life. Okay. We will get our running start like you say, Ellie. Oh. Oh. So? I get it, you're hungry! Be quiet. Dearest me. Yeah, come here. Hello, retard? Hello? Hello? Hello, my man? Is your AI broken? There we go. Ah! Your mother hates you! Get down here! What is wrong with you? I don't get this AI! Come down if you're coming down, or don't. Choose one. Alright. Time for me to die for my sins. Ah. Oh. Well. That was not the plan. That was close, though. We almost did it. Just want to make sure there's nothing in the way. Alright, chat. Give me the prayer. Give me a prayer of focus that I don't screw this up with my button presses. We almost had it the first time. So you want to aim a little bit farther, like that. Yeah! There it is, Iaito. Iaito. Now, of course, the idea of being the power of EI, which is basically like, you know when you see it in the anime, they have the blade in their sheath and then they whip it out in one single slice and then put it back in just as fast. That's the idea of EI, basically, just to kind of flash your sword. Just a twinkle, a glimmer of the blade, they will see before they die. EI, yeah, and they call EI jutsu here, but... Forward to swiftly cut down distant foes. Again, just basic Japanese Easterner stuff. I think we got everything else, right? Is this just the only item I need? I think it is. Yep, okay, we can continue onward. Onward to Izalith! Can't wait to die. He knows the ladders are the most powerful position. Hunger is hunger, but the hunger satisfied with cooked meat eaten with the fork and knife is a very different hunger from that which bolts down raw meat only with the aid of hand, tooth, and nail. I don't know what that's a reference to, Ellie. That sounds like a really nice book, though. Well, that was dumb of me. Thanks, guys! I'm so glad you decided to join me in death. Glorious death. You know, if Undead didn't have to worry about hollowing, they could literally just hurl themselves off of areas and revive down at the bottom all the time, now that I think about that. Just saying. That's possible in lore. Maybe just bring a Velka's Ring of Sacrifice and you'll be good. Sorry, little puppers. Wait, don't want to piss off. Oh. Ow! Don't eat me! I have reinforced armor! Woo! I swap between those guys. So fast. I don't care about whatever item you've got. You mean nothing to me. Do we go this way? Yes, we do. Nice. Go forward. This is where our friendly neighborhood. I can't survive that, though. I can't survive that. That. Oh, where are you? Where'd you come from? All the way down. Now this is the this is, as we talked about in the older stream. I think it was like 2 episodes ago. This is the exact same sewer shaft that the gaping dragon crawled up. Now obviously we see various exits and stuff that the dragon could have crawled in after that or whatever, maybe higher up. Now again, this area roughly is below where the Gaping Dragon's boss arena is. Obviously the idea is there's so much more of the sewers that we see. Of course we see light pouring in through the walls. So the idea is that the Gaping Dragon's boss arena is like at the... Whoa! Darn! Died to a mosquito! It's my own stupidity. Dang. Basically the idea being is that the Gaping Dragon lies, basically, it finds its lair because she crawls up. She ends up in the sewer system, and then from the sewer system there, she ends up into where she settles in that giant chamber. Gotta imagine how big the sewers are, though, considering she's able to crawl through them apparently pretty well enough to find food, or, well, what can account for food in that cesspit. Alright, we're just gonna keep going. I don't have time to waste. You mean nothing to me. There we go. We will keep going. Oh, right, you. Actually, how much souls do you give me? 300? Ill. Wait, is it even 300 or is it 120? Because that was 180 there before, so... Don't know if that timed out in time. Whatever. Ah, well, fine, I'll take the ladder. Go this way. Yeah, it's 120. Yeah, you're definitely not worth it. My sewage drain bonfire. Where's my sewage? Oh wait, I need you. Hey, El Henny you're behind, I see. It's an old German expression. That's actually pretty neat. I wonder how many famines happened for that to be developed. I'm behind. You just rescued Dusk. But another point to support your point about Oolacile is that Dusk's Catalyst is great for low int builds because it has high base magic adjust but no int scaling. Exactly. So there is the idea essentially that Oolacile has really amazing, unique magic that no one else has been able to replicate since its destruction. However, that at the same time, that sorcery is not very ambitious. It isn't the same in the way that we see with Seath's industrious and Vinheim sorcery in general's industrious nature. The idea of continuing to develop, try to go so, right? Because Seath has a purpose. Oolacile's just living the high life under the protection of Anor Londo. So they don't care. They don't have that same drive. They could be like the dragons, just sit around waiting for someone to kill them. Again, another entrance to the village that would take us over to Doggy. We don't care about Doggy, though, right now. Darn it. And we have Izalith here.
It has been some time.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I thought you would perish.
Stop being a tsundere! Why do you have to be so mean? Come on! Enough with the soon. I want some dere. Come on! It needs more dere. Why you gotta be like that, Quelana? I don't have my other one here, that's fine.
I have a favor to
Okay,
ask.
so now she asks.
My mother, the Witch of Izalith.
Was one of the first lords, the
primeval
original four
lords.
kings.
Her power came from the soul that she found near the first flame.
Again, near, not within.
She focused this power to light a flame of her own. But she failed to control it. The flame of chaos engulfed Mother and my sisters and molded them into deformed creatures.
We'll talk about that line in a second.
Only I escaped. And now I am here. But my mother and sisters have been in anguish since. I beseech you, free Mother and my sisters from the flame of chaos. I cannot do it myself. I lack the strength and the bravery. But you, I realize what I am asking. But please, free their poor souls. Mother's ambitions were misguided, no doubt. But surely 1,000 years of atonement is enough.
Alright, so first off, when she says, my mother and sisters were engulfed by the flame of chaos and they were molded into deformed creatures. That's not quite what is being said. Now, first off, we should clarify. When Quelana refers to her sisters, she consistently uses the term younger sisters, plural. So, essentially, Quelana is sort of giving herself away as an older sister, likely the eldest. And we'll talk more about that when we get into the Lost City of Izalith itself and talk about another Witch of Chaos who's often accused of being, or labeled as the oldest by the English community, which isn't quite accurate at all. Anyway, the point is that Quelana, these are like her little sisters, so that's an important context. She's the big sister. She's the one that's supposed to have the responsibility over them all, besides her mother. What she's saying here isn't that they were molded into deformed creatures. What she says is that they were essentially, the idea is that the witch had this Lord Soul that she got and helped make her become one of the first kings. She used that Lord Soul, we'll simplify it and call it the Life Soul, as we will see from subsequently, in order to try to create her own first flame, right? The first flame is this great thing that helped enable and create life as we know it, right? So her Lord Soul has an affinity of that life element. She wants to now create her own first flame with that and essentially have the god play god. She, in her arrogance, she ended up failing with this ritual. Again, recall back in the opening cinematic how we see the witches all sort of gather in a circle. Two of them have staves next to the mother, and she's got the Lord Soul out using it in this sort of arcane ritual they're performing. The point being, of course, is that we're seeing an example of one of those rituals into trying to create a flame of chaos. Now, when they say mold into deformed creatures, the term is actually essentially turn them into mother and sisters. Again, plural doesn't qualify the number. We know that she has, I think the number is like 6 or 7. Yeah, no, I think it's 6. Yeah, because she's 6 sisters plus her is 7. I think that's that's the number. I think for all the witches, daughters of chaos. So the idea being is that she doesn't specify if it was all 6 of my sisters or she just gives us a general plural number. So it has to be at least 2 sisters. She's saying mother and sisters. My mother and sisters were essentially transformed into a seedbed of grotesque life, or a grotesque seedbed of life. You could read it like a grotesque life seedbed, right? So the seedbed of grotesque life. Okay, now if you recall, the term seedbed or bed, as it's localized in this game, is the same term as the bed of chaos, the seedbed of chaos. The idea being is that this is what she's referring to. My mother and sisters, when they failed the ritual, became, my mother and plural doesn't specify the number of sisters, so at least 2 of them became this seedbed. The grotesque life, of course, referring to the demons. Now, I talked about before how the idea with the pyromancers is the term used means like atypical. but it can also be read as grotesque. It literally means different form, right? So like you have a different shape than normal, right? And in a neutral sense, it's just, you know, you're atypical. In a really ugly sense, you are grotesque, right? So the idea with pyromancers is if you have atypical traits, you know, you're not like perfectly symmetrical or something like that, right? You're different from the norm, so you get driven out or whatever, and then your quote-unquote heresy, your differences, have you come to the Great Swamp where it accepts all manner of heretics, right? So that's the idea of how pyromancers have this quote-unquote different looks, right? Although, as Dark Souls 3 acknowledges, maybe it's just they're ugly. But when you compare that to the demons, however, in a sort of a meta-narrative sense, you have the idea that the demons are these grotesque lives. They are they are so atypical, like we would consider them just absolutely beyond the pale by comparison. And then we 60% soon, 40% dead. But the point being made here is that Quelana is talking about the bed of chaos that she wants you to kill. She's not talking about, say, Quelaag and the Fair Lady becoming spider demons. As we can see here, Quelaag and the Fair Lady are perfectly sane and they're perfectly happy being spider demons. Their transformation has nothing to do with the bed of chaos. As you can imagine, if they were transformed, they should be like Ceaseless, the younger brother who, as we can see when the chaos flame couldn't be controlled, was born. Now, as we see with Ceaseless, unlike other demons, he's considered the younger brother to the sisters, as we'll see when we get to Centipede Demon. And more importantly, he's considered, again, by extension, a child of Izalith, the witch. Again, I say Izalith and not the Witch of Izalith constantly in these streams, because as Quelana herself says, when we asked her and we said, oh, hey, tell us about the Witch of Izalith, she's like, oh, the Witch of Izalith, no, please don't talk about my mother and all that. But here, when she's the one initiating the conversation, she just talks about her mother, Izalith, in the Japanese. Again, this gets changed again in localization, things like that. But the point is that the witch herself is known as Izalith. The idea of Witch of Izalith trying to separate from the capital of chaos, Izalith. Because the idea is, obviously, if you have a city named after you, and obviously that becomes the most notable part of you, especially after you become a giant walking, not even walking, seedbed. You can imagine how the idea of making it easier to distinguish by humans calling you the Witch of Izalith rather than just Izalith. Anyway, the point is that Quelana is probably one of the only people who still refers to her mother by her actual quote-unquote name and not her moniker. The Seedbed of Chaos bit, then, tells us the idea that, okay, so Quelana wants us to kill this, wants to kill our quote-unquote, put her mother and sisters, the Seedbed of Chaos, to rest. Now, we have Quelana, we have Quelaag, we have the Fair Lady. So that's 3 sisters not involved in the seedbed so far. Okay, then we have the dead sister by Ceaseless, right? The one that wears the same robes as the other sisters, right? So that's 4. And she seems to be there on a monument, sort of memorializing her death, and we got these sort of sloppy stonework that's kind of been stacked like Lego blocks in order to kind of create some sense of ceremony to this area of the grave. So we can tell this is pretty late, right? This is definitely later than when the fancy stone architecture we see for the ruined city of Izalith now. And then you have to add on top of all that, okay, there's those 4. So again, we're missing at least 2. And as you may recall, there's one more sister that will fight outside the city of Izalith in the future. So that's all the sisters accounted for. We just need 2 of them to be at the seedbed. Now keep that in mind when we eventually get to Izalith and the Bed of Chaos, and I'll be illustrating the 2 sisters there. So again, basically, 2 sisters got caught up with their mother, and they became the Seedbed of Chaos. Quelana wants us to get rid of her. Now, she's trying to tell us what it is she wants us to kill, and then her second thing is explaining why she can't do it. Now, she says, only I escaped or whatever. She doesn't actually say that, though. What she really says is, I alone, or I have run away, right? So she's speaking in general progressive, and she's basically saying, I don't have... Oh, darn it.
Well,
yeah. I don't have the strength or the courage in order to go back and face my family, right? Because again, as we will see, this is not something where she's like, oh, my family's become a monster, put them out of their misery. It's, my family is still clinging to this chaos thing, which is clearly long past its prime and is never going to work out. So, might as well put them out of their misery now. She doesn't want to face the family she ran away from. Now, she doesn't clarify when or why she ran away, and she's just trying to give a really quick explanation. So it's not like, oh, my family became these chaos monsters, it was so awful, I ran away from that, and now I'm like, oh, I want you to kill them as monsters. No, 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 no. Again, as we see with Ceaseless and stuff, all the sisters were around and involved. Quelana created pyromancy like the others. They are all founders together. They all worked together to create pyromancy. They create. Mother helped with and the other sisters worked on chaos. Quelana eventually developed non-chaos variants, and they taught humans. Dark Souls 3, of course, makes this abundantly clear again with the witches and the witches ring and things like that from that game, especially in the Japanese version. But the point being made here is, of course, Quelana isn't trying to lie to us. She isn't trying to trick us. She isn't even trying to say mistaken information that maybe she misbelieves because she ran away during that time. The fact of the matter is these are two separate events. Quelana running away and the creation of the Bed of Chaos, because as we see, unlike, say, Ceaseless, who is this very sloppy, ugly monstrosity, who clearly is affected by chaos, but he's a true child of Izalith, apparently, meaning that at the time, Izalith was pregnant with Ceaseless when that ritual was performed. May have played a role exactly in how that ritual had a quote-unquote success in creating the Chaos Flame, or I guess you can argue whether it was a success. But the point is that they failed to control the flame. It turned her into a monster, but then they rebuilt the civilization. Again, the land was scarred by the Chaos Flame going out of control, but as we can see, demons made today are not like Ceaseless. They're not these ugly, malformed monstrosities as much. There's a little more organization to them, even if they are still grotesque. Obviously, the idea is that the seedbed is, of course, producing new grotesque life. All of this is to tell us that Izalith, the city of Izalith that we see, was built after this destructive event with the chaos. The witches created a capital of chaos for chaos, about chaos. Humans were, again, as we see from the witches ring, being attracted to Izalith already, and more were sure to come afterwards. Oh. Where is it? Oh, right, it's under here. Again, with the witches ring and stuff, so again, the idea that the old Witch of Izalith used to have contact with humans and stuff. Again, I alluded to earlier the idea that Izalith likely possibly even before they were flame witches, before they found fire and started being all about that if they were already tribal people, Izalith already had her daughters and all that, and they were her witch apprentices, essentially, then she probably was studying the dark and therefore was on the precipice of understanding dark sorcery. Obviously didn't find humanity or the dark soul or any of that, so that didn't work out. But they ended up finding fire and the life soul, and that sort of set Izalith on her track. But this makes sense on why humans are welcomed in Izalith and not treated with the same fear and derision as in Anor Londo. Because, again, Izalith is a society that has more familiarity and ties to the dark, so therefore the creatures of dark, known as humans, are more easily accepted as sort of equals in the society. So humans get welcomed, but then the land gets destroyed. But they rebuild, and they start having some humans turn into demons again, as we see with the, Quelag and the Fair Lady. These are two medials who fuse with parasites or what have you, and these turn them into the spider demons that we see. We, of course, see the various other kinds of demons and all that from all that. The idea of combining multiple creatures together in a parasitic fashion that allows you to essentially, well, it doesn't become parasitism in the long run, as we see, but the idea that they work together, well, I guess it's still chaos. It's complicated, but the point is that they all get to work together and maintain their sanity, their intelligence, and become a developed society. From all of this, what I'm trying to get at is that Quelana was there. She was from a separate, her running away is a separate event after the loss of control of the Chaos Flame, destruction of Izalith, then the regaining control, and creation of new demons and a new demon society in a new stone capital of chaos. Whew! So that's a very long bit. But it's this dialogue, this deformed creatures line, has caused so much confusion in the English community, and it has caused me no end of frustration. This line alone would probably brought me into the English side to try to explain all the Dark Souls lore to you people, because this stuff is absolutely unacceptable. Deformed creatures. Ha! Yeah, I get you. Bye, buddy. We will now see more about Izalith as we go forward. Again, we have the idea that Quelag and the Fair Lady are happy being demons. They're trying to expand and extend the demon empire. As Engi would be able to tell us, they had also seemed to flee from the ruined city of Izalith. Though again, as we can see, their reason is to get new followers and ultimately bring Chaos servants back into the core of the capital. As we see from the shortcut we get if we're particularly high ranking. So again, they haven't cut ties with their the city of Izalith. They're striking out on their own, seemingly in defiance of what the rest of the demons and witches of Izalith are doing. Quelag and the Fair Lady shoulder the entire civilization on their shoulders. But is Quelana really right in asking us to put down the seedbed of chaos? Oh, right, we don't need to ring this a second time. Gotcha. You can ask. You can question that. Is Quelana right? Is that the right decision? Again, when she says Mother's ambitions were misguided, it's not misguided, they were arrogant. But it's already been 1,000 years. This is the big sign. She knows that her family has been suffering for 1,000 years. You ain't building up all of this chaos society in a few short weeks before the 1,000 years of atonement began, right? Because the atonement, of course, happens to coincide the same 1,000-year period as Gwyn linking the fire, which was shortly preceded by the Black Knights, before they were even Black Knights, fighting the Chaos Demons and confronting them. So again, what we're seeing here is the idea that Quelana ran away during a very late period of conflict, and the idea that she has is that it was because of her mother's arrogance, these arrogant ambitions that had no true grounding to them. Again, like the localization puts it, they were misguided. But again, focuses on the witch's arrogance, which is again something focused on in her creating the Chaos Flame to begin with, is that she thinks that all of this is wrong, that all of this ambitious work with chaos is not the way, and that we should just they should just give up and accept it. If they won't give up, then we have to kill them. Again, she doesn't have the courage to do that. She has to face the family she ran away from. She abandoned them in their time of need, evidently, right? So, even if she could, she can't muster the courage to face them. Now, obviously, Dark Souls 3 tells us how Quelana ultimately does go back. She ultimately faces her fears and reconciles with the family she abandoned. And, there's a really cool and heart-touching character arc there. But again, this isn't a Dark Souls 3 lore play. You can watch my Dark Souls 3 lore play. I actually talk about that. Hello, Inky.
What is it that...
Let's see.
There we
go.
So the legendary
ruined capital of Chaos Island. There we get the Molten Giant again. Yep.
Our fair lady and Mistress Quelag fled from
So they ran away from that ruined city.
I do not know the details.
And I don't ask.
I do not ask.
Again, so Engi sort of understands. There seems to be a bit of a family drama happening. He doesn't want to inquire into the details of what exactly went down. Now we have our mission, so we gotta kill the Bed of Chaos anyway. So we can make Quelana feel good. I struggle to think of this as atonement. I mean, Izalith created life. They created an entire civilization over the course of 1,000 years. Oh, no. I'm saying, again, they didn't create life over the course of 1,000 years. I'm saying that, again, what I'm trying to say is the 1,000 years of atonement is separate from the creation of chaos. The Chaos Flame was likely created closer to what we see in the opening cinematic, not before the dragon hunts, as some people who pick up on the right details fail to get right, because again, localization problems. But we're talking about the creation of chaos happening like very early on. We're talking about before undeath is even a thing, right? Like the 1,000-year period when the conflict with Gwyn and the Black Knights and this 1,000 years of atonement begins for the witches. The idea essentially being that Izalith got herself beat. Her city is in ruins. As you may notice, there are no humans in Izalith. Makes you wonder what happened to them. all we have are dumb demon warriors, and nobody to actually rebuild this kingdom, and no population that they could get of humans outside to feed the chaos flame and create new demons, right? True new demon life, not just these mini parasites. So everything has sort of gone wrong for Izalith. All her dreams and plans are ruined, and that's the idea that Quelana has for it being atonement. She's been suffering for she and her sisters who are allied with her have been suffering for 1,000 years in this exile, this isolation. Again, recall that Quelag essentially in her cut dialogue confirms this, but in even ignoring that, we can see just by implication they have been obeying a pact. A pact with who? Obviously the gods in Gwyn, who they were in conflict with around that 1,000-year period. And they've basically been staying away from... they've been staying in their little bubble here. They haven't left the land of Izalith, even though the land of Izalith is destroyed and, well, essentially just leaving them to slowly die. But they agree with the pact, and they've avoided it. Up until recently, where Quelag and the Fair Lady have started coming up. And then we start seeing the demons that sent likely by Quelag to block the Bells of Awakening. Huh. Hasn't this bell tower been used recently in order to ring the bell, as it were, and allow Sen's Fortress to be open several times before we come here? And that it hasn't been happening recently, in part because Quelag has been blocking the way, along with the demons that she sends after later on in order to take over the burg? It's almost as if maybe this gave people an idea they should come check it out. And then they figured out the details from the residents of Blighttown and were like, oh, no, no, no. We see where this is going with that magic barrier all the way over there that's mysteriously showed up. Uh-oh, you plan to try to kill our mother. Again, we can see how Quelag, much like her mom, has that confidence, arrogance, ambition, you could argue, that allows her to be like, okay, we have to strike out, we have to break the pact, as it were. This, again, also follows through with what Miyazaki was saying, where it didn't make sense for Quelag to be expositing all this lore dump on you, because, again, she's just going to use you to feed her seedbed of chaos, the Fair Lady, the Firekeeper she had her become for that purpose. She doesn't care for... what you could possibly hear or think, right? Like, it's like, I don't care, you're gonna die in 5 seconds anyway. You know, I wonder if Engi would be able to see Quelana if he could move. He's quite a prolific pyromancer. I imagine he has a +10 flame. He might, right? And that's sort of the point, right? Like, there's idea of their sightings of Quelana, right? Engi will mention that, but it's just a rumor, right? Because most people can't see Quelana. Most people are distracted by the flame of her rapport spell. But some of them... Oh, right, I can't backstab you. Ah, darn. Here I am thinking that I could bleed him a second time. But the idea, of course, being that, Hey! I've seen that in Elden Ring! Why are you taking Elden Ring moves, Capra Demon? There we go. The idea being is that Quelana's likely been hanging around, hearing rumors from Blighttown and stuff. That's how she knows stuff like about Salamon becoming the Pyromancer King. But that also tells us that there are Pyromancers around who could possibly see her every now and then. So someone might glimpse her and they're like, oh my god, is that the Witch Quelana stuff? So rumors get around, but like no one can really confirm it because not everyone can see her. And the few that do, well, obviously, Quelana's going to make sure she stays out of their sight after they spy her the first time. In our case, she's just like, hey, got talent. Do you really want to learn pyromancy from me like Salamon if you seek me out in this random corner? Oh boy. I don't know if I can get what I want here. As we can see, the bullhead demon is now a common enemy, much like the Capra demon. So goathead demon, bullhead demon. Where's the Bathead demons? That's what I'm supposed to be. I think this game ripped off Elden Ring, bro. Like, I can't believe it. FromSoft, why'd you get so lazy with your games? Ripping off Elden Ring, blah. You just got drunk on your success just because you sold 50 million copies. Ugh. Man, you suck, FromSoft. That was my impression. That was my my flanderized impression of a Dark Souls hater. But again, as we can see, these demons will defend their home to the end, even if it's dying, even if it's ruined, even if they have no hope for survival. They are life, and life's big nature is to continue trying to live. Define purpose. These demons will not buckle. These creatures of chaos. The life of chaos. Again, this is also, much of what Quelana says, again, also comports with what we hear from Quelag when she talks about, you know, sort of going into the land of chaos life and things of that nature. The idea being is that all of this is, they all accepted the seal of the pact and remaining stuck in this land. Let it be forbidden for any to enter here and for any of them to enter back there into the wider Lordran. Alright, let's see if we can just get one of them. Because if we can deal with these guys one at a time, this would be easy. Again, there's the bear. As you can see, you still see a bit of the dome, though it's much less obvious now compared to other areas. Taurus demon, now you're a basic bitch, maybe. Oh. Not if I get myself killed, though. I'm no longer having to plunging attack spam you with my tiny ass dagger. I don't think these guys respawn, right? So this should be good. We should be fine. We just need to... Come on. You were all standing on lava, at least from far away, but then you despawned when I got close to Ceaseless for the Ceaseless boss fight, I imagine. Huh? What? I didn't dodge roll in time. Oh no. That was not what I wanted. Dang, not 8. The 4-way rolling, I'm starting to notice it as I get to the late game. Early game, not that bad. This far into the game, it's like, oh no. Can I please have my 8-way roll back? My 8-way roll back. I miss you. Gosh, I'm so tempted. There we go. That's all I needed. I was so tempted to start pulling out the freaking throwing knives and see if that did the damage I needed. Wow, I love how the R2 does 0 damage in terms of poise compared to... or whatever it is that makes them flinch compared to the R1. Like, oh boy. No Bathead demons, only Batwing demons. Sag, I know. Awful. You know, I really want to ask you about the implication about Coffin and the Abyss, but I think I want to save those questions for when we get to the DLC. Yeah, we're gonna, wait till we get to, like, yeah, DLC territory, maybe even 4 Kings, like New Londo, Summon Koth territory. Because I will at least summon Koth, whether or not I actually side, quote-unquote, with him. That'll be another matter. But... Come on, we only need one of you. Come on. Come on. You done? There we go. Dang it. Oh my gosh, one of you came. No, chat, not like that. Ignore my dirty mind. Of course, I get hit on, I guess, I don't know, the reverberation. But I don't get hit by that. Okay, game, sure. There we go. Oh. I did not dodge roll in time. Also, I can't believe I back rolled onto this thing. Can't jump, but I can back roll apparently. 1 HP. Woo. It's so much better to use my R1 over my R2. It's not even funny. Not even a joke. I would say this game ripped off D&D, but that's kind of impossible, and also I love it for all the D&D elements. It has, like, mutual parasitism. I mean, don't, like, all RPGs technically rip off D&D? Like, that's where they get all their formulas and stuff under the hood. Like, at least the old school RPGs. Obviously, today, RPG could basically be an adventure game, but it has, like, a character in it that you can play, so it's like, oh, it's an RPG. Yeah, the meaning of RPGs has been so greatly diminished. Yeah! I don't even know if I can get this stuff without dying. And I got 15 K souls on the line, so... Alright. Elden Ring lava was fine. I'm sure this will be good. Nope! 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 Not at all! We gotta kill Centipede Demon! Or at least cut off its frickin' limbs. Ah! Well, chat, that was an experience. But I think the Taurus demons don't come back. So as long as that doesn't stand on the actual fire, it should be good. As long as my souls aren't on the actual fire. Man, I wish I had a horse. Izalith, where they were like, what if we just make a really, really big area and then fill it with lava? The floor is lava. Get it? And everyone looked at Miyazaki and said, okay, if you say so, Mr. Demon Souls Man. And then they realized, wait, this area needs a little bit more polish. Oh, I think my souls are safe. I forget, what's the item in the lava? I think that one, if I recall correctly, is the ember, or maybe that one's the ember. One of them's the ember. We want our fire ember, but before that... Before we get flame ember for Vamos... we shall get this. Now again, I referenced this in passing during that Quelag stream, but again, we can see how the Demon Ruins are just an extension of the city of Izalith in terms of culture and architecture. Again, same motifs and things we can see here. Now again, you can see this sort of portrayed as a dome here and in the Tomb of the Giants. To give you guys an idea, Tomb of Giants should be... oh, wait. Should be... 1 sec, gotta move. Tomb of the Giants should be visible right around there. It's about that area there where you see that little dark spot. That should be a giant gaping hole from which we see the Izalith from in the tomb. Now that isn't reflected here. Obviously, in part probably because Quelag's dwelling overlaps in that, and it would be very obvious to people that it does. But the point, of course, is that we can, in fact, see the this dome thing here. That's even more obviously a dome in the tomb, but it's actually more of a wall. When we get inside it, we'll be able to see that. And it's more so a wall. Huh, a wall in this direction where we see how the land has been scarred. I wonder why that was built. Security in case the Chaos Flame went out of control again, maybe? Well, why? That would explain a lot. Again, the idea that this chaos, all this was from before, this all existed before the Chaos Flame went boom, makes obviously no sense. We see what it does to the land. We see how it permanently scars the land with lava dripping out of the scorched earth. But this giant rock wall somehow didn't get in the way. It should be melted then, if it's stone like everything else here. Same with the rest of the city that got caught up in the scorching. So again, all of this city of Izalith came after the creation of chaos and the destruction which ensued. So is the royal helm that Vamos drops related to Izalith royalty? I started to assume it's what Jeremiah wore before this parasite grew out on his hand. No, actually, I will talk about Vamos and the royal helm, but you're on the right track. It has to belong to a royal family in Lordran, and Vamos is clearly, as I said earlier in the stream, super old. He's he's back from when they were only using fire embers. So the earliest types of embers were being used. And again, as we will see from the embers we collect for him, he is the person who knows the old methods of manufacture and production, right? So he's someone who comes from a very old time. He knows ways to smith that only someone from the most ancient of times would, before other embers were created, such as holy embers or lightning embers or other types of magic embers. So again, you really get the sense of how old he must really be to know this stuff. So it's like, and he's someone who has, as we say, a royal helm, a helm related to a royalty, a royal family. And obviously it's like, it has like a stereotypical Viking look, so likely a warrior's helm idea, but he's obviously just a as he himself admits, he's just an ordinary blacksmith, much like Andre. So, what royal family gave him that helm? Especially when he's dead. There's only 3 royalties in the area. Well, I guess if you exclude the 4 kings, but they're not really a family. They're more like, as I talked about before, official kings, sub-kings, kind of government officials to the vassal kingdom of New Londo, with Anor Londo being its client kingdom. Anyway. Get up here. We could just go down, right? We could. Yeah! Bleeding, mate! There we go. Alright, so two-handing's definitely better as far as damage is concerned. I should always be two-handing this stuff. We're gonna get the bonfire shortly, so... Alright. Darn! But I'm stupid! I dodge rolled too late! Or too early in that case. As far as his beard and the bones are concerned, I would say Vamos just took some bones from, like, some spines or something in the area and just cobbled them together to give himself a beard like he probably had in life. I don't think there's anything special beyond that. As we can see with Nito, grafting other bone parts to yourself through the power of death and necromancy is totally possible. You don't have to be in the form of exactly how you were in life. Again, recall, we are trying to get into there to get to the bed of chaos. There's where Ceaseless fell down. All the lava goes down. I can't see Centipede Demon from here, so we'll go this way. The idea being is that we have to travel all the way down and around, and we'll take a little side route, because we don't have yet the formal route from the shortcut that Fair Lady gives us that would allow us to essentially have to not, like, break our way in, and instead just take a formal direct route into the quote-unquote lost city of Izalith. Again, this ruined capital of chaos, this is likely just an extension here with the demon ruins, and the specific part of the city that we go into is actually the palace, essentially, the temple, the area where the religious and royal residence for the witch gods. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, okay. Oh, that pisses me off so bad. Oh. Oh. There we go. Alright, that annoyed me. I was trying to get my bleed and, like, that just didn't work out. Woo! Again, we're going through the ruins. There we go. There we go. We'll grab the souls once this guy's done with. Dang it, still no bleeding, huh? Perfect, okay. Okay, you can turn around like that. Come on. Not getting any bleeds off with you. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, so we'll go down here. Okay, yeah, no item. We'll go down here and get our level up. Oh no, you. Right. Mr. Bug. Dead! Death! Glorious death! Is the reason why the Tomb of the Giants is close to Izalith, besides the fact that they're all in the land of the gods Lordran? No, not really. They all just happen to neighbor each other. Again, as we talked about earlier, the idea that Nito, his boss room, is the land where the gods rest, so that's where medials are buried normally. And this gives us, again, a further indication that the giants and the medials are closely related, and so likely all bipedal races, like the humans by extension. Obviously, I'm not counting in terms of bipedal races the snake men, because those are creations of Seath, artificially made, so, like, obviously. But artificial descendants of dragons. Anyway, again, we'll talk about that when we get to Sen's Fortress. But the point being is that, yeah, the point being is essentially that all the medials were seemingly lived and buried around it. Again, Lordran is where Gwyn was born. So he was born likely underground, technically in Lordran, but still in Lordran, the vicinity of Lordran, and was living with all of his other tribe. And then they, the medials, eventually, well, we found how 3 of them each found a Lord Soul. Izalith and her daughter seem to have gone off and been doing their own thing already. Same thing we'll see when we talk about Nito as we get into his thing. And then Gwyn, of course, went back to his tribe and was like, hey, I'm king now, bitches. I rule over all of you. Hey, you want some of this power? Obey me. And, yeah, that worked out. So, yeah, it just seems to be that they all seem to live around this area. So, it just works out that way. Especially if you're creating these massive kingdoms with multiple people. Again, we see these demon statues. These are not actual demons. These are just golems, or I guess I should say gargoyles, similar to what we see in the Undead Parish. So again, yes, but they of course do use fire and stuff, seemingly of the chaos variety. So there is the idea that they of course are golems created through the power of the witches and fire, rather than what the golems essentially, rather than what we see with the gargoyles. Oh, there we go. Again, fire burning. Okay. Pure stone. I can't wait for fire saves to be worse than, Oh boy. I was expecting you to come up. Hey, Hey, Centipede Demon. How you doing? Darn! Dodge rolled too late. Or too early, I should say. I keep saying late when it's early. Ah, that water was good. Stay hydrated, chat. Alright, let's do this again. I'm so glad I went into endurance. These extra swings are needed. Alright, you good? There we go, just in time. See, I don't think I would have done that if I didn't invest in my endurance. Ouch. Dang it! I thought I dodge rolled just then, but I guess I was slightly late. Darn it. All this so we can try to deal with the hell that is the infinite wall bugs. Oh boy. Can't wait to deal with them. Now again, giant wall bug that we saw earlier was of course native, doesn't seem to be related to chaos in any way. He'd just be a regular old bug that drills through the earth with its acidic bile that it spits out, which it can use to, quite frustratingly, get rid of all our armor. Oh, we can't even get to Fire Sage, right? Fire Sage is beyond the barrier. Darn. So we'll just get the ember and get out. Hi, Shemai, good day to you. I'm too late again. It's fine. We're still going for a little bit longer there, I-Man, so... Of course you flinch then. Now again, we can see Centipede Demon, as I said, over the edge there. Get a nice good look at him. Doesn't seem to care about us though. Cares about whoever this guy is maybe, but not us. Just sort of sits there looking like stone. Actual object. But again, Ceaseless fell down the hole over there. That's the hole we're trying to get to from, I think, like over here or something like that. But again, this is where Centipede Demon drops down the arena. Yeah, no. Oh, fuck you. Alright, to be fair though, I put myself in that position. I should have known better. I'm the person who's like, let me just strafe behind it. I'll just go right around. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Is the centipede sleeping? I guess so. He must be hibernating because doesn't even notice until we come down. To be honest, it's kind of like, it reminds me a bit of Old Hero. We're just waiting for you to get to the right arena. Darn. I wasn't keeping track of my health there. That was my bad, too. Anyway, watch previous streams even twice and really appreciate them. I'm so glad you liked them, I-Man. I'm so happy to be doing this. Again, if you guys really love what I'm talking about on here, consider buying my book. Both physical and digital copies are available. Check the link in the description. As I will continue to repeat with each of these streams. But I'm so happy Abyssal Archive was such a success that you guys have, that so many of you who bought it have loved it so much. and that so many of you that are here have bought it since then or considered buying it. I really, 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 really appreciate all the support. It really helps me keep the website ad-free for one. That's definitely nice. But I'm just so happy to be able to share more Dark Souls with you guys and make all these hours that I put in both write and analyze and work through all this stuff. It makes it really feel like it was a bit worth it for you guys after all these years. Seriously, really appreciate it. All right. Don't make me do it again. Oh! I didn't expect to fall there. Oh, this is not a good position to be in. Fine. Woo! My ankles felt that. There we go. That's one of you. That was close. Oh, right. You're awful like that. Again, another barrier blocking our progress. Oh, there we go. No fire sage, darn. I was really ready to go all the beats on the fire sage war. Yeah, no one else. It's just you. Go on. Go on, buddy. I'll fight you for that corpse. Come on, get over here. What? Okay. Sure. Whatever. If you say so. Okay. Man, I miss Crystal Lizards when they gave me Twinkling Titanite that made me so broken so fast. I would love that, and then I can two-shot these stupid demons. Now we're gonna avoid that guy. We're just gonna go up toward. But there's a stupid demon statue near there, so that could screw me up too. I guess we have to go up here, quote unquote. I guess I could run past him, grab the souls, run down. I'm in this situation already, so. Okay, we gotta run back and heal. Oh! Okay. His hitbox goes with him there. Gotcha. I can't roll through that. Okay. Well, there goes 15k souls, chat. Say bye to those 15k souls, chat. Add that to the 3k. Did you pick up an ember? No, I have not picked up an ember, man. You know what? Now that I've lost my souls, I have nothing on the line. Whatever. Who cares? You have made me nihilistic, demons. Is that what you wanted? You're turning this guilt-ridden thief into an atheist. The gods won't help me here in this god-forsaken land, literally. 15k souls. That's like 3 rounds in the forest hunter farming. How will I ever survive? Oh. Oh, but I can roll through you, so I guess it must have been the incline. I guess that was it. Sure. Oh. Oh, of course, whatever. Alright, we open this chest in the city ruins and we find the large flame ember. Ooh, where is it? Again, we were supposed to find this in New Londo according to Vamos, but, well, we found it here instead. Again, you can argue this might be a mistake, but I think there might be actually still some merit there. Again, when we talk about the various embers and how they say, this one's not really a good example, but the other one's better. When they talk about stuff like, handled only by blacksmiths, knowledgeable in ancient methods, it's usually saying, you know, handled by the blacksmith of Astora, handled by the blacksmith who knows the old ways of manufacture, that type of stuff. So the idea is it's supposed to give you a hint on which blacksmith you're supposed to go to, right? It's not necessarily saying, oh, blacksmiths of Astora in general use this ember. No, no, no. God, you are awful. God, you are so awful. Okay, game, sure. Whatever. Yeah, that's not happening. Got that stony rock. Oh my. Did you pick up? Want to share why Amber is here? Because it's a fire level. That's why. So that's the short version, right? The idea is, of course. Oh. Okay, sure. Give me a sec. The point being here is that it's used in order to create the most powerful form of fire weapons, which makes sense because Izalith is a place revolving around fire, so of course it has an ember related to fire. Now we'll also find the Chaos Flame Ember down by the Chaos Fire. What a shocker. Oh my gosh, you're... I literally can only strike him once safely. Dang it. Oh. Oh. That's one down. Oh, and there's more of you. Oh, hey. Honestly, it might even be better to just call it quits and say, well, if I lose these souls, I lose these souls. Because this is... yeah, this is to die for. Yeah. Yeah, let's get out of here. Come on, Taurus. Fall off a cliff. Oh, we went as far as we could. See those doors down there? That is most likely the formal entrance into all these buildings up and around here. The idea, of course, being that there's this big fancy entrance to get into the city of Izalith proper. Recall that we have to actually travel down staircases there, and it's connected to the lift up top. The shortcut lift where the bell tower building has been built. So we are essentially being told, hey, this is how you would be welcomed as a human from the outside, or even, I guess, even a medial if you're visiting, into the city of Izalith proper. And of course, there are the side routes, which you can also take by traveling upstairs, in case you want to go to not the just the general city, but into the actual capital temple palace. Oh. All right, chat. Let's see if we can make our way out of this hell that I put myself in. Oh. Oh boy. Woo boy. Woo boy. Now, unfortunately, we don't get to explore the proper city of Izalith. If they made a remake, I would like them to make those doors openable by some means in which you could explore more of this area. Be able to kind of see the upper echelons and stuff like that. You could do the same thing with Anor Londo, because we don't get to explore much of Anor Londo either. And honestly, you could add the Undead Crypt to the Tomb of the Giants from the New Londo area and make that all connected. Then we could really have some fun times. And then for Seath, I don't know. Seath, who cares? Poor Kirk. We'll do Kirk when we come back down here. You know, I said that with the depths though, and that didn't work out. Okay, chat. Whenever you see that we're going down to Izalith, spam my chat. I give you permission to spam as much as possible within the confines of the way I set up the stream. Keep on reminding me, Kirk, be human, be human. That way, we can deal with that scenario. Alright. What I got going for me? One humanity. Okay. Proud knight and one brave warrior. So, well, first we want to do this in case I die, so. A remake would be cool. My dream would be for Dark Souls 1 with Elden Ring mechanics. Yeah, I'll be honest. Going through this game, I don't think Elden Ring jumps would break it as much as people think. You'd have to add some kill boxes for stuff like Undead Burg, but there's already that exploit to get from Undead Burg to Lower Undead Burg into Capra Demon's Domain early. So you could just, like, fix that, make it where that's a kill box if you try any type of jumping shenanigans to get down there. And, like, yeah, you're golden, I'm pretty sure. Like, there aren't too many areas where, oh my god, it'd be awful if we could do this. Like, again, just add some kill boxes, and it shouldn't cause you any trouble. Because I would much prefer that than this. But again, we have the idea that this is very Undead Burg architecture, which, as we established in previous streams, the Undead Burg looks to have been built by the Giants of Anor Londo. So if the Giant Slaves are building up the Undead Burg, then is this place with similar architecture and a Bell of Awakening much like the one at the parish, was that also built by Anor Londo? If so, there's the question of the purpose, because again, it's a bit odd to build an entire bell tower facility this down below. Was it actually a facility which predated the Undead mission? In other words, this was the first bell tower. Again, built around the entrance through which you can get into Chaos. Now, again, we have this idea of the Demon Pact. So the idea that this bell tower was built as part of that pact, essentially an area where it would be watched over. And as we can see from the way it's set up, if you ever see anything weird or hasty, see any demon army building up, for example, in Izalith, you can just ring the bell, and as we know, the Giants in Sen's Fortress can hear that, and that can pass on word to Anor Londo. So there's the idea that this was likely a watchtower made in the aftermath of the conflict between Izalith and Anor Londo. The more you know. Yeah, this is fine. Is there anything else that we could want from Fair Lady? No, we don't even have any humanity to give her, so... Oh, no, but Ingi might say something about Quelana at this point, so... Wait, are the slave giants the giants as in Tomb of the Giants? Yes, same thing. The giant slaves. Not the skeletons I'm talking about, but I'm talking about the actual giant slaves you see in Sen's Fortress and beyond.
Oh, hello. What is it that you...
Who's it talking about Quelana? There we go. So, Lost Quelana or Wandering Quelana,
inhuman witch
who wanders the poison swamp, hence the name.
Only no one has ever seen her, so who really knows? But what if she is another of the Quelag sisters? Our fair lady will be greatly comforted by her presence.
So the idea is that Engi, as a pyromancer, knows about the Witches of Chaos. She knows about Quelag. The way the localization words, it's a bit weird, but essentially what he's saying is, oh my God, what if the wandering witch, this inhuman witch from there is in fact, shouldn't she be one of the fair lady sisters? In that case, wouldn't she be able to comfort her? Well, again, Dark Souls 3 delivers on this concept, but Engi's obviously talking about, hey, Quelana, shouldn't you would be great if you would be here and help your sister who's going through a hard time.
Oh, what is it that... Have you
Yeah, Lost
heard
Quelana.
an inhuman
Yep,
witch
acknowledges she's not human,
wanders
she's a
the
menial,
poison
wanders the poison
Only
swamp.
No one has... But what are...
Again, now the idea is that no one's really seen her, right? There haven't been many confirmed sightings, is what essentially he's getting across in the Japanese. And the idea that, oh, okay, so if she hasn't really been, we haven't been able to confirm that she actually exists, and she's just a rumor again. It tells us that, you know, a pyromancer or two has probably seen her or whatever, recognized her, but nothing's ever come of that beyond that. No one's been able to confirm the rumors, because most can't. Is Nito husband of the witch? No. By all indications, Nito was alone, in life as he is in death. The witch's husband we will talk about when we get to the painting world. Nito is as we talked about earlier, the idea of associating Nito and death with family. Nito was alone in life, but he's now the head of the household in the family of death. So you might get an idea why family is such a big deal when it comes to the dead in relation to Nito. Man was just a loser. A neat, as you might say. Ha ha, Nito, neat. For those that don't know, neat is a term that originates in the UK, but it's also used in Japan, referring to people who essentially are out of the workforce. They're not doing anything quote-unquote productive with their lives. They are stereotyped quite a bit in anime, so I'm sure you've heard the term. Yeah, go away, all of you. Go away from the magic barrier of de-aggro. Thank you, Quelana. That's your greatest superpower. I like to just imagine that with her, like, whole spell thing, she's actually creating, like, her spell's actually still on. We just don't see it because we're not distracted by it. But everyone else, they see it and they're immediately like, oh, nothing's here. They walk away for that reason.
Ah, I was
Yeah, you were expecting good.
my mother...
Yeah, so this is one her asking the same thing? Okay.
I can't, but
Yeah. So she can't do it, but she'll trust us.
But to...
Now again, we will expand more on Quelana, her leaving, seemingly during the 1,000 Years of Atonement, not when the Chaos Flame was actually created, and what that all means when we come back here to Izalith. Actually, we'll probably work, so... So the VA just boy next door to witch, so sad. Oh, so he was just boy next door to witch, yep. Quelana is like Bigfoot. That's one way to think about it. She's a cryptid. An inhuman witch. Can you confirm the cryptid? The witch, the Chaos Witch Quelana. Again, like I said before, Quelana's original name in Japanese would translate more accurately to something like Krana, in reference to how Quelag is Crag, who is of course herself a reference to the Crag Spider from D&D fame. This internal name for Crag Spider, Chaos Witch, Crag, essentially, plus the little sister Crag and the Fair Lady, and then the Diseased of Chaos is being internally referred to as Crag Spider children, is why they are officially called in English Crag Spider. Again, the localization had a certain penchant for using the internal names to use as the official English names, even though those names, well, they more often than not don't work. Because again, those are internal names. They're not supposed to be for you to see. They're often in-jokes. Or just references to other media that, of course, could never work out. as we finish things up here... Oh. Yeah, there we go. As we finish things up here, I just want to say, next time we'll be doing Sen's Fortress, so look forward to that. Look forward to Sen's Funhouse. And from there, we might do Anor Londo a bit, depending on how long the Funhouse takes. I'm really happy with our pacing so far. In like 6, 7 episodes or whatever it's been, we've been able to get all the way to Sen's. Oh, with this new build I've been trying out. Feeling real good about that. Oh, you know what? We could try, Dragon Zombie. I don't know. I don't know, I might die. And that means climbing all the way back up here. Do I want to risk it? I don't know, I think now's a good time we can end it. It's been close to... We've been doing this for quite a bit in chat, so... Yeah, I think we're gonna just end it. Sorry, when we come here later, we'll deal with our little zombie friend. And back up. I have to call the lift down, right? Yep. That would have been embarrassing if I died falling into that hole. We'll talk about you soon. Very, very soon. Just gotta go take a trip to Ariamis first. In Elden Ring, chaos is still fire. Yeah. Well, Miyazaki and FromSoft love their meta references to past games. There's nothing they love more. We're back at Firelink chat, but no bonfire. We gotta go to Anor Londo, kill Lautrec. Because I picked up one too many Firekeeper souls, like an idiot. Darn. The worst part is, I did know that information, but I completely forgot because it's been so long. Ah! It sucks. But, oh well. We shall endeavor to persist. Yeah, I think Petrus needs you to kill like 2 bosses before he'll kill Rhea himself. If we don't let Rhea die to Petrus, she will instead get abducted by the Evangelist of Sea. Of course, this is foreshadowed nicely by if you haven't killed the Evangelist yet, but you have saved Rhea and stuff. The Evangelist who stands on that vantage point up there has perfect... Oh, whoopsie. Well, that's great. Well, has perfect line of sight of Rhea praying down here. So you can kind of get the sense of, again, Cease Evangelists are like, ooh, a good specimen, and kidnaps her. Now, obviously, we killed this specific Evangelist, but she will still be kidnapped by an Evangelist implicitly when we find her in the Duke's Archives, locked up as a hollow. So again, I think we're gonna, instead of letting her hollow in misery in a prison, we're gonna let Petrus kill her, and he be the bad guy. Alright, chat. We're almost home. Next time will be Sen's Fortress. Are you looking forward to it? I know I am. It's gonna be so great. We'll probably do a little bit of Anor Londo too. And, finally. Finally we'll get the Lord Vessel, maybe. Ornstein and Smo might cause us trouble. I don't know if we'll get to Ornstein and Smo next stream, but... suffice to say, I am ready. Alright, chat, so... that'll be all. We're going to have to... will you save Girly? No, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna let her die. I'm not gonna kill Petrus early. Want to continue his quest in many ways. Anyway, we're gonna be doing all that. So it's great having you all. Thanks for stopping by, watching. If you're watching the VOD, thank you for keeping up with this lore play. I'm super happy with how everything's turned out. Again, links if you're interested in Abyssal Archive in the description. Until then, bye-bye.